call the meeting to order. Good afternoon and welcome to the monthly meeting of the City of Des Moines Zoning Board of Adjustment. This board has the power under Iowa law and zoning ordinance of the City of Des Moines to hear requests for variances and exceptions from the regulations in the zoning ordinance, conditional use permits, and appeals from the decision of the staff in the administration of the zoning ordinance, and to make decisions in such matters. This is an open and informal meeting and is currently being recorded right now. The board members have received a copy of the agenda, staff report, and recommendations. Copies of the agenda, staff report, and recommendations are available to the public in the trays on my left over here. We should have 6-member board here, and I'll introduce the members as are here. Well, by my far right will be Brooke Rosenberg. Next to him will be Cindy Smith. Next to her is Tom Clark Sr. On my left it will be Mel Pins. Next to him, Linda Westergaard. My name's Bill Gray. Representing City Legal today is Michael Kelly on my left. And representing City staff, we have Eric Lundy, City Planner, Bert Drost, City Planner, Emmanuel Toribio, City Planner, and Sue Ann Donovan, the Zoning Enforcement Officer. The Board is required to base its decisions in each case upon the criteria established by law for the type of relief sought by the applicant. The law applicable to each case is identified in the written staff report. If the facts as determined by the Board demonstrate that the criteria established by law for granting the relief have been satisfied, then the Board must grant the relief. Otherwise, the Board must deny the relief. All speakers are requested to focus their comments upon those facts that demonstrate whether or not the criteria established by law have been satisfied. Each appeal will be announced in order, and the staff will present a brief explanation of the appeal. Any written comments received by the staff prior to the hearing will be distributed to the Board or otherwise identified. All speakers are requested to speak from the podium over here on my right and to start their presentation by giving both their name and address. The applicant or representative of the applicant is allowed to speak first and will be allowed 10 minutes to present their appeal. Anyone else present in support of the appeal will then be allowed 5 minutes each to present his or her comments. Anyone present in opposition to the appeal will then be allowed 5 minutes each to present his or her comments. The applicant then will be allowed 3 minutes for rebuttal or other closing comments. The meeting will then be closed to public comment, and the Board will make a decision. That decision and reason will be announced. Items listed on the consent portion of the agenda will not be individually discussed and will be considered for approval in accordance with the recommendation in the staff report unless an individual present or a member of the Board requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda and separately considered under the public hearing agenda. The decisions of this Board can only be appealed to the Polk County District Court. If you believe you have been harmed by an error made by this Board, your only remedy is to seek relief through the District Court within 30 days of the filing of the Board's decision and order. If you believe the zoning regulations applied by this Board are wrong, you may petition the City Council to change those regulations. All material written or otherwise used today as part of any presentation will become a permanent part of the record and will not be returned. If you have cell phones on now, we ask you to turn them off or at least put them on vibrate because they are disruptive to the process here. We will be probably taking a break around the 3:30 time frame depending on where we are in the hearing. As I mentioned, we've got a consent agenda that right now contains 12 items, or 13 is it? 13 items. Bert, we have a few changes though.
We have 3 items that have to come off of the consent agenda, those being number 8, the request from a farmer's market on Adams. We just had 2 cards come back in opposition to that, so we wanted to just briefly present that to the Board. Item number 11, the appeal at 701 51st Street. Staff has recommended denial of that, so that has to come off the consent agenda. And then item number 12, the proposed signage at 2105 Ingersoll Avenue. We've got several cards against that, and we'll just go over that one briefly. So.
Okay. That leaves the following items on the consent agenda, and I'll read those off. Item 1 is an exception and variance at 2911 Ingersoll. Item 2 is an exception at 4411 Franklin Avenue. Item 3 is an exception at 2329 44th Street. Item 4 is an exception at 2206 Morton. Item 5 is an exception at 4007 Ovid. Item 6 is a variance at 6000 Aurora. Item 7 is an exception at 3132 Kingman Boulevard. Item 9 is an exception at 5800 Fleur Drive. Item 10 is a variance at 815 East 13th Street. And item 13 is an exception at 1419 8th Street. As I mentioned, these items have already gone through with staff. They've appear minor in nature, and we're going to vote on them as one item unless somebody here is here to speak against any of those items. If anybody's here to speak against those items, would you let me know? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I would motion that we approve items 1 through 7, items 9, 10, and 13, and the exceptions, variances, and special permits requested therein, subject to the staff recommendations as presented.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Motion carries 5-0. So if you're here to speak about any of those items that I just read off, they've been approved. You're welcome to sit around and watch your city at work, but you can go get your permits and get started. Thank you. Brings us up to item 8, special permit at 3301 Adams Avenue. Quite a clear out there.
All right, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Bert Dross, planner for the city of Des Moines. Item number 8, it's fairly minor, I'll just go over it briefly, is a request for a special permit for a farmer's market that would be held within the Beaverdale Park. They would have it one night per week between the hours of 5 and 8 p.m. And then they've also requested an additional 1 hour before the 5 to 8 and then 1 hour after the event for teardown. So it would technically be from 4 to 9 o'clock. Here's an aerial of the park. Here's Adams Avenue. There's 1790-degree stalls along Adams Avenue that would be used for customers. Then there'd be the parking lot within the park that would be used for the farmers market, as well as these 2 grassy areas within the park. This is just showing where on-street parking is available in the area. Since it's anticipated those 17 stalls, there wouldn't be enough. They would expect that there would be people having to park on the adjoining residential streets. Here's a photo of the park. And right here up in the foreground are the 17 stalls along Adams Avenue, and then the parking lot in the middle of the park. Another picture of the open space. And we got 16 cards back in support and then 2 in opposition. The 2 in opposition were mostly concerned about traffic, and I'll let the applicant explain how they're going to handle the traffic issues that this might generate. But we've recommended approval subject to 4 conditions, and I'll note a minor change when I get to number 2. Number 1, the farmers market shall operate in accordance with an agreement with the city's Park and Recreation Department, who manages Beaverdale Park. I'll just point out that that agreement hasn't yet been made, but it will have to be made before they could use the park. Number 2, the farmers market shall only operate 1 evening per week between the hours of 4 o'clock and 9 o'clock. Originally it said 8 o'clock, but they've requested that extra hour to tear down the stands. And then it's limited to the months of May through October. 3, the special permit is valid for a 5-year period to end March 28 of 2017. And then 4, the special permit is subject to reconsideration if the use becomes a nuisance. So, any questions?
Questions?
How does this cleanup work? Is the Parks Department responsible for it, or is the people that run this responsible?
The Beaverdale Farmers Market Incorporated is a separate entity that would do that, and there's two representatives here that will be able to answer that better than me.
No?
For the staff recommendations here are special permit for a 5-year period. Does the special permit cost more if it's 1 year, 2 years, 35?
Well, the upfront cost is the same, but obviously there'd be a $300 fee every year if it was only for 1 year. So 5 year is the maximum that the code allows the board to grant it for.
So the only real special permit fee would be coming to us here, or if they have to come back again if we have a shorter period.
Right.
Any other questions? Thanks, Bert. Applicant, representative of the applicant?
Good afternoon. I'm Carla Turner. My address is 2514 38th Street in Des Moines, and I'm representing the Beaverdale Farmers Market. We did get the two signage, or the two cards back. One was mostly concerned about street parking and traffic. The other was the usage of the park. We did some research on the parking situation. We have the parking spaces available in the beginning area of the park that can be used for vendors and customers. We also estimate 17 to 25 parking spaces on the street that are legal, and we have spoken to a police officer who is willing to police that traffic and make sure that traffic flow does not block people's driveways and, in their yards and that kind of thing. We have 38th Street, 36th, and 35th available. Urbandale Avenue and Adams Avenue have parking also available east of 38th on both sides of the road that could be used. It's been from living in Beaverdale area, we see a lot of pedestrian traffic walking to events, so we don't foresee a problem with traffic or congestion in the neighborhood. As far as the usage for the park goes, we will have volunteers there to monitor what's going on, make sure there's no activities that are not relevant to the market and, a nuisance to the neighborhood. So, is there any other questions?
Mr. Chair,
Cindy?
have you determined which day? Because I noticed on the staff recommendation that it just says a day, one
We
day.
picked Tuesday evening, so that we don't conflict with other markets in Des Moines and also any other activities that may be going on in our neighborhoods.
And you want to bring this up, June 1st?
We'd like to start June 5th
Okay.
through October.
Mel?
Two questions. Do you have any other experience in managing or participating in farmers markets? And is there a size of what you're proposing here that would compare with other farmers markets around the metro that you've seen?
We think we would probably be comparable to the Drake Farmers Market. We've done some research with the other farmers market groups. One of the people that sat on our board is a vendor and has participated in the Des Moines market. So.
I'm going to help her out a little bit because each of us sort of has different things we've kind of been dealing with. When I started this market, I worked...
Just a second, Dan, I know.
Dana Greenwood, 2905 37th Street, right there in the ground zero by the farmer's market.
Okay.
I've got a good grasp on the traffic patterns, the street widths, and how many people park where and at night. I began working with an individual some of you know, Christine Pardee, and she's got some expertise in farmers markets, and she was one of the first people I partnered with. She kind of guided me through a lot of the resources that I've used, a lot of the way we set up our bylaws, which we wrote, what's worked, what hasn't worked, looking forward to getting grants to help us accomplish the things we want to accomplish, our community and educational purposes, which is really why we're in business. People think it's, one of the cards mentioned commercial, having the market in the park for commercial businesses. Well, that's kind of it. Someone else had mentioned some of the people who might be against it really don't have the big picture. There's a lot of things we want to do beyond just the farmers market. We're using that as a vehicle to start doing our community and educational purposes. I've worked with Jordan Clausen down at Gateway Market. He was the second guy on my team who knows markets in and out. A gentleman named Sean Sullivan, who's a Beaverdale resident, who's been down at the Des Moines Market for a long time. Sat on our board for quite a while. I still call and text him. He's been one of my advisors. So I really think we've done our due diligence in getting the right people to work with to know what works and what doesn't work. And that's kind of the direction we're going. Before I got everybody together, I've tried to pattern it more towards the larger markets and what their end result is. When you start out, obviously, there's a lot of limitations. money's one of them. The money's coming out of my wallet. There's a lot of limitations, but we would like the end result to be, once we get a budget, to be able to, people think about the Beaverdale market like they do the Valley Junction market and like they do the Des Moines market and some of the bigger markets, first say the Johnston market and some of those markets. Been working on it for about a year, and am constantly in touch with a lot of people who are intimately involved with markets. So I hope that it helps you on your question.
Definitely. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I got a couple of questions.
Just like before you do, didn't you have two questions, Mel? Or?
No, I just asked for their experience and what size.
Okay, good. All right.
I'm just curious, you presented this to the Beaverdale Neighborhood Association Board, I understand, at one of their past meetings. Were they in support of this?
Yes, we have an email that we had just passed around. Mike Tegens.
Mike Tegens,
we talked to, and he said, we're full on board and we support it.
Okay, do you have any plans for entertainment, like musical entertainment or anything that could
We have plans
create
for
distractions
very
for the neighbors?
simple entertainment, not, a lot of loud rock bands and that type of thing, more acoustical, local talent. Some of the high schools, we had planned to bring in some of their groups and let them perform in the neighborhood and kind of try to bring the community together that way.
Yeah, church scoops, groups. I've been in touch with Monroe and Perkins, many of the churches in the area. Our focus is really on what we can do for the local area. We're Beaverdale folks, you're Beaverdale folk. But of course, we're going to branch out, and we're going to, right now, Ron Lombard is still a go for day one, should this happen. Nothing beyond that. We absolutely are not looking at doing anything beyond a 1 or 2 person type of deal with an amplifier, and these gentlemen were helping us out with answering those questions and what permits we would need.
We didn't really want it to be a party atmosphere, more of a family-oriented.
Yeah, no alcoholic liquor license. We're not interested in that. We're totally focused on family. I think another thing of note, too, is some of you know our whole story. We were originally trying to locate on Beaver Avenue, or Urbandale Avenue east of Beaver. And we worked really hard with DART, and everybody was great, but it just didn't work. Things may change. I don't know if that's relevant to this permit or not, but things may change. Our ultimate goal, our dream is that the farmers market is a seamless market, not like most markets surrounded by a defined border, a parking lot, a certain area. We want it to blend into Beaverdale so it looks like everybody's participating. Trying to organize as a 501c3. Again, I've made contacts with a lot of nonprofit, Iowa Food and Families, a lot of nonprofits, and our ultimate goal is once we get going, how do we serve those people, particularly local, particularly Beaverdale groups.
Okay.
So.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
My question is other farmers markets, one of the cards, they were concerned about the damage to the grass at the parks. And do we have any other farmers markets where we're allowing them in a city park where there's going to be traffic on the grass, or are they usually in business areas?
Well, the few I can think of are on parking lots. There's one at the 4 Mile Community Center, which the majority of that is on the parking lot, but the vendors kind of back up onto the grass.
And there's a sidewalk there.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been to that one, and I don't see that it hurts the grass at all.
Yeah.
We had planned to go up.
Well, we'll call you if we need you, though.
All right. Tiva with the Parks Department was going to be here. I don't see her now, but oh, there she is. Sorry. Did you want to address that? Sure.
I'm Tiva Dawson, Recreation Manager for the Parks Department. One thing is almost any use of our parks does have potential of causing damage. If you were to go to Beaverdale right now, soccer has caused turf damage. So for us, as part of people coming in, having different activities in our parks, there's potential for that. We have made the stipulation that no vehicles could be on the turf, but if they wanted to have tables and vendors on the turf, they were welcome to do that. We don't foresee that that'll cause a lot of damage. But again, it could rain the night before or early in the day, and that has the potential. But that also probably wouldn't be good for the vendors to have folks on the mud if there's there. So we'll try and monitor that. But again, for us, any park use has the potential for that, and but yeah, just so you know, the vehicles is what has the potential of causing the greatest damage, and that would not be allowed.
Mel?
Bert, just a clarification here, possibly. I think the applicant mentioned something to the effect, well, we'll see if the permit works for this location, to kind of paraphrase them. This special use permit would only be for this location.
Yeah,
if they would want to move the farmer's market, they'd have to reapply and come back, and we can't transfer the permit. So I just want to make sure I was clear and that they're clear. Okay.
And that would be a good thing. I mean, if it took off that well, another $300 isn't going to
Right. Right. Or if they just say, gee, we're not getting enough people, let's just move. We have the permit. Well, the permit is only for the property and on the docket here, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions for staff? Thanks, Bert. We'll close the public portion and go to board decision.
Is this your part of town, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah? Okay, I'll make the motion. I'm kind of ingrainedly involved here. I move that we accept staff recommendation.
I second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Cindy's part of town, too?
Yeah, you'll have to take us on.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
I'm kidding.
You can stick around and watch your city at work if you want to, but you've had enough, huh? Item 11, it's an exception at 703 51st Street.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Eric Lundy, Senior City Planner. The property we're dealing with here is at the corner of 51st Street and Harwood Drive on the northeast corner. The home actually is oriented with its front entrance facing 51st Street. The setback in question for the exception is towards Harwood. Because it's a corner lot, they have to observe 2 front yard setbacks. And so that's the issue that's at hand right now. If you're looking at it on the street towards the northeast, behind the intersection here, this is the home. They're proposing the addition into the setback in Harwood off of this end of the dwelling. This is looking at it from the east, so you would see the addition coming out here from the home in this area. And this would be the front door of the neighbor next door. This is looking more directly straight to the east from the west. And again, this is the area where the addition for the garage would be. This shows you kind of this shows you the bird's eye view of the addition as it would project out from the existing footprint of the dwelling. And again, this is the front of the home to the east. This is a sketch of the elevation looking to the west side. This is the west side. As you look east, you're looking at the west side of the home facing 51st Street. As it exists now, the garage is here with a hip roof. They would be going with another kind of a hip with a projection forward with the garage addition. So you'd have a little bit of a break in the ridge line here with this roof plane. This is the consent map. I'll pass the comments around for you to have. Should have done that first. As you can see, there's a little mostly opposition, although one indicated in favor and one did not respond. Staff's primary concern here is the view shed that you would have along Harwood. This really projects into the view shed for these homes that are in this area that front Harwood, and the difference being this property doesn't front Harwood, it fronts 51st Street. So this is more of a side, normally would be looked at as a side yard, but because it's a corner lot, then it gets into that front view shed, and that's where the conflict occurs. Based on that, we're concerned that the views that will be impeded by that are going to affect the essential character and that criteria for granting of the exception, and therefore we're recommending denial of the exception. However, if the board does find that it meets the test for the exception, we do want to ensure that any garage is constructed in conformance with the design, because we believe the design as a standalone, it does a good job of integrating into the existing home, and that also that they would comply with building codes and have issuance of a permit. So,
okay. Questions for staff?
Eric, one of the cards mentions that there are some covenants that may affect the properties surrounding this area. Did anybody provide you with copies of those covenants?
No, we don't have any, and we would not enforce those.
Well, I understand that you don't enforce
them. But I wasn't made aware of any other than that statement. So.
All right. Thank you.
One question. One of the cards also mentions something about the current owner. Is the owner the resident, or is it a rental property?
At this time, I don't believe it has a certificate, although I could look into that and see if it's a rental. That doesn't really bear into our review of it, so it wasn't something. What I do know is it's a listed partnership, so with the Secretariat.
But in a sense, it's not an owner-occupant who would live there and have to live with the neighbors. It's somebody that comes in, builds something, and leaves.
Yeah, it's good. This could be investors that would be looking to sell the home.
No.
I guess I couldn't assume anything at this point. You could probably ask the applicant that question.
Mm-hmm. I think we will. Any other questions for staff? Thanks, Eric. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Johnson. I'm a member of Southern Partners LLC, the owner of the property. My address is 712 Ashworth Road in West Des Moines. Prior to today, we were not aware that any of the neighbors were objecting to the request for the variance. I'm certainly glad to answer any questions you may have, but at this point in time, I'd request a continuance to next month's agenda so that we have time to meet with the neighbors and see if we can alleviate their concerns and then come back to the board at that time.
Was that something we could consider?
Otherwise, if you have questions, I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Just kind of briefly, double car garage already. Why a third stall?
To answer some of the questions, yes, the property was purchased as an investment property to be rehabbed and resold. Currently, we're in the middle of completely remodeling the property.
Okay.
Where we've invested to date close to $100,000 in the property.
Okay.
We have a couple who is very interested in purchasing the house, and one of their requirements would be that they would like to have a third stall garage on it. So that's the purpose why we made the request.
Okay.
Otherwise, I wouldn't make the request because you typically don't get your investment back on a third stall garage.
Okay.
Any other questions? Before we vote on whether to give you a continuance, you're looking to do this in the April meeting? 1 month lead time good enough for you?
That would be fine.
Okay. We're going to hear, if there's anybody here to speak in opposition, we're going to hear from them too. So
okay.
We've got your request, so now we'll hear anybody here to speak in opposition. I think you just raised your hand, sir. Matt. The reason we do this is because in the event that you can't make it at the next month, at least they voiced their concerns. Maybe you'll even address them in the process. But
Mr. Chairman, board members, my name is Paul Tyler, 699 Walnut, Suite 1600, Des Moines, Iowa, and I'm here representing Don and Dorothy Hagan, who are not the green one, but the red one right across the street from them on Harwood.
Okay.
The Hagans would be here themselves, but they're out of state and contacted me late yesterday, and frankly, I'd just as soon not see a continuance because I've done a lot of running around today trying to figure out what's going on here. I think as an initial question, without maybe some facts that neither you or I have, this might be something that an exception could be granted on if you felt it prudent. And obviously, my client doesn't, and I think staff has indicated why they don't, and my client's views would be very much the same. The house on this lot is a big house on a fairly small lot. I was questioning some of the distances, and I've looked on the assessor site and the measurements on the assessor site, and when I looked at the house, but I didn't go out with a tape measure to try to measure things. But I would not be surprised if this would be a legal non-conforming house on that lot already. In other words, it doesn't look to me, not as an engineer but as a lawyer, that the house probably meets all the side yard requirements, front yard requirements anyhow. Now, it may, but it doesn't look to me like it does. It's a big house. Quickly trying to refresh my memory on when exceptions can be granted, I note that one of the areas dealing with front yard exceptions or any yard exceptions indicates that an exception from a yard requirement to permit an addition to an existing legal non-conforming building can only be done if such addition extends no further into the required yard than the existing building, and this would certainly do that. I mean, it would take up 15 feet of the existing situation already. So without belaboring the point, my client is opposed. I do not speak for the other neighbors, but I understand through my client that there's considerable opposition. We don't think it'd be appropriate for an exception, and we question, could be corrected, but we question whether or not the board would even have authority to grant the exception.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak in opposition? Well, we have before us a request for a continuance.
Rebuttal.
If we hear the case, you'll have a rebuttal. Yes.
What's that, sorry?
If we hear the case, then you can have a rebuttal. But if we're going to continue it, then your rebuttal's next month. Okay. Thoughts?
I have a question for Mike. Does staff, and perhaps for staff.
Yeah, there's two different exception provisions. And he's right, that could be granted under the provision that he indicated, and that's in a situation where, let's say the existing home was already non-conforming and would require a variance, typically. If it's no closer than the existing encroachment, then it falls into an exception with a lesser burden to show. And so that provision is in there for that. And I'll give you the sections here for the record on that. In 64-4 A, there's the provision also that such exception does not exceed 50% of the particular limitation or number in question, which in this case is the 50-foot setback requirement. If you could go down to 25 with an exception, and it would still fall in the exception level. If it was more than 25 feet into that setback, and it didn't encroach any further than the existing building, it could also be considered an exception under a different provision that Mr. Tyler spoke of. So there's actually two separate provisions. So it's not that it can only be granted under that provision in the code, but there's actually two provisions that could apply.
I guess my question really revolves around whether or not staff or legal needs additional time to make a determination as to whether this building is already a non-conforming use.
I don't think that the staff report and recommendation explains that, explains the alternatives. Or I think it could next month. Does that answer your question?
Well, if the property doesn't conform already, I'm not inclined to grant them more stuff, you know. And if it seems to me that the board can't really decide the case without knowing whether or not we've got a non-conforming use at the present time.
Right. I agree with you.
Yeah. Okay. For that reason, I would move that we continue the matter.
Right.
Yeah.
You would vote that we do continue?
Yes.
Right. And that is a motion, Tom?
Yeah.
Do I hear a second? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? Mel, you seem perplexed.
No,
You're good?
just
Okay.
thinking.
It's been moved and seconded to continue to the April meeting, and you're good? Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Motion carries 6-0. Your comments have been taken. If you can't make it next month, we've got them in the record, though. I thought you might. Okay. Thank you. Item 12, exception and variance at 2105 Ingersoll.
Item number 12 would be a request for 3 signs on a Noodles and Company restaurant that is under development at that site. The site is just west of Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway on the north side of Ingersoll, part of the former Stu Hansen's site. Here's the site plan. This was actually before the board last month to get relief of the front yard setback. Since it's zoned C2, they needed the variance to be up to the front property line. The Noodles and Company restaurant would be in the East Bay. They're requesting 3 signs, one on the south side, one on the east side, and then one on the north side. And in order to do these 3 signs, they need 2 appeals, and one is for an exception of 1 sign over the allowed 2 that they earn, and then the other is for a variance of 101 square feet over the maximum allowed 84 square feet of wall-mounted signage. Here are the elevations of what the signs would look like. This is the sign fronting Ingersoll on the south side. This is the sign on the east facade that would be, I guess, just on the east side of the building. And then this photo here, or design here, is the sign on the north side, which is the rear of the building. And the reason for that sign would be to capture the sight of vehicles going south on Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway. As you'll see from the cards, most of the concerns revolve around this sign here being lit. So staff's recommendation actually is that that sign not be lit. If you recall from the aerial, there's the Midtown Heights Townhouse Association just to the north with about 5 units that face this development. So there'd be 5 or 6 townhomes that would face that sign. So their concerns are that the sign would be lit throughout the night to cause a nuisance for them. This is just a photo of the site today. This 1-story former car sales building would be removed, and you can see the 5 units back here that would face that sign on the north side. So, staff recommends approval to allow the signage. We've just recommended that be subject to 3 conditions. The first one being that that sign there on the north side of the business shall not be illuminated or lighted. And 2, any sign shall be installed by a sign contractor in accordance with the sign permit, and the sign shall be in conformance with the submitted plan. So when I talked to the sign contractor earlier this week, he didn't think that not lighting that sign would be a problem, but I'll let them address that today.
Okay. You have the consent map?
Yeah.
So everything's illuminate. Well, what do we got down here?
Smith Metzger down here fronting Grand Avenue, they submitted a card against it as well.
All right. Okay.
I have a question. Doesn't Noodle Zoo only... Not Noodles and whatever they call them. Don't they only occupy a portion of that building?
Yeah, they occupy they would occupy the east 42 feet,
Right.
and their sign earnage is based upon their frontage. So.
Right. What my concern is, and I think that probably the neighbors to the north's concern, is what's the rear of this building going to look like? Are we going to have lots of signs back there? Is there any kind of has the owner proposed any kind of a uniform signage policy for the north side of the building?
I would let them address that, but the zoning ordinance would allow them to put up to 50% of their earned signage in the rear. So for instance, the Noodles restaurant, they earn 84 square feet of signage. That's based upon having 42 feet of frontage along Ingersoll Avenue. So since they earn 84 square feet, by right they would be allowed to put 50% of that, which is 42 square feet, on the rear. So each of the other tenants in this building, I believe there'd be 4 tenants total, each of them would be able to put half of their earned signage on the rear. If that makes sense.
Yes, it makes sense. I was just wondering, it's a new project. We've got new housing in the area. It sure would be nice if the owner had some kind of signage policy, so that as the people, people could understand what they're facing in the future. If
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I would ask them to answer that when they get up here.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Brooke?
When you say the sign on, you don't want it to be lit, does that mean any type of lighting?
Yeah, any type. We had talked about just prohibiting internally illuminated, which would, could allow the light to, come off of the sign, or indirectly, like if you have light shining onto the sign, we still felt that that might be a distraction, so we recommended no lighting whatsoever.
Any other questions? Thanks, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
My name is Don Chestnut, Chestnut Signs, 971 Northeast Broadway. Originally, they did want the sign to be lit. After seeing the recommendation of the staff, I called them. They have no problem with not lighting that sign. So it would be a non-lighted sign.
And so they're comfortable with staff recommendations?
Yes.
Then.
And the reason they want one back there is most of the parking is going to be back behind, so people will know that's the entrance.
Right. Questions?
I have a question. Are the, is the front and the side sign lit?
Yes. The other two signs.
The other
lit.
two signs, one along the side and the one across the front.
Any other questions? Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff?
I guess I just have one question. I'm not sure if they know the answer to this or not, but do you know what the hours of operation are?
I do not.
And we don't,
It's zone C2, so it would be allowed to be 24 hours a day.
No.
and we don't have the owner here to address Tom's question about kind of an overall plan for the building.
Mel?
Bert, refresh my knowledge here. I think it's reasonable that people who park in the back, and if there's an entrance at the rear of the building, should know which entrance they're going into. But even without a sign as proposed, they would be allowed to put letters or signage on their doors and windows on the back, and that would not require any permits or square footage allotment, correct?
If it's inside of a window, the sign ordinance doesn't apply.
So everybody could have a little sign that says, back entrance, Noodles and Company, on their doors themselves, if they're glass doors, and that'd be fine.
Yep.
What you're basically saying here is they've got enough signage allotment for square footage, and we wouldn't light the sign they're proposing.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Any other questions? Thanks, Bert. We'll close the public portion and go to board decision.
I would move staff recommendation.
I'd second that.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor raise your hand and say aye. Motion carries 6-0. Or is it? All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Thank you, Tom. Motion carries 5-1. Item 14, it's a variance at 1808 Southwest First.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, item number 14 is a request for a variance of 4 feet over the maximum allowed 4-foot tall height that is permitted for a chain link fence within a front yard area. And it would allow for retention of an 8-foot tall chain link fence that currently surrounds a garden that measures 40 feet by 112 feet. The subject property is located just west of Indianola Avenue. It's part of the St. Anthony's Catholic Church and School grounds. The church and school are to the south. There's a playground here, and this is their bus barn here, and then they have the garden area here to the east of that bus barn. The 8-foot tall fence was originally constructed last summer. It extended 12 feet onto city right-of-way, so they've actually been going through the process to vacate the 12 feet of right-of-way adjoining the bus barn property. And the Plan and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of that, and the City Council received and filed that recommendation. And so the city's real estate division is currently working with St. Anthony's on a lease for that 12-foot wide strip of right-of-way. So the fence is on that right-of-way, or on that former right-of-way as well. This just gives you a little closer view. You can see the gardens here. The gardens have been there for a few years, a couple years anyway, and they've since last summer added the 8-foot tall chain link fence around that. Here's a photo of the fence as it is today. You can see it has significant supports on the inside of the fence and some braces holding it up. I would just point out that if they get the approval, they will have to get a fence permit for this sign, and as part of that fence permit, they'll be required to make sure that the fence is structurally sound. So I can't really tell if it goes into the ground right now, but they will be required to meet the requirements for having an 8-foot tall fence. I have spoke with somebody from the neighborhood who's concerned just with the appearance of this fence and the fact that there are these braces and other supports that aren't really typical of fence. So that's something that the board could take into consideration, that if by chance they're required to remove the fence in order to comply with the building code issues, that the board could possibly put a condition on that requires any fence to be a little more compatible with the character of the neighborhood than the way it is today. So, and this is another photo of the fence. And the consent map, the one card over here was in support, and then right before the meeting I had a card handed to me from 1517 Southwest 2nd in this area here that is against it. So staff has recommended approval of the fence, subject to 2 conditions. One, that the fence be in accordance with a building permit issued by the Permit and Development Center, and 2, that the fence shall be removed at any time the land is not owned by or leased to the church by the city, or at any time the use of the garden plots cease. So, and again, what I was talking about requiring a more compatible fence, we didn't put that in a recommendation, but that's just something I would throw out there for the board to consider, that if this fence has to come down in order to have one built in accordance with the building code.
Okay. Questions?
I have a question. One of the cards indicated that in the past, the plants have grown, the grasses, I think the card said, has grown up, and it looks like we're right there where traffic might be, it might impede the view. do you have another view of it? I mean, can we see where the traffic pattern is, and would,
Edison there.
Well, Southwest First Street is kind of a cut through between Indianola Road and Indianola Avenue.
and is the garden right down there on that little corner piece?
Right.
Right, oh, right there.
Yeah.
So if I'm on Southwest First and I'm going to turn on to Edison, that might block the view.
Or if I'm going to pull out from Edison and
Edison,
turn
yeah.
left or downtown,
This,
I'd have a bigger issue.
the city
That's kind of
ordinance-
like a dead-end street anyway. See, it ends right there on the Southwest 2nd Street side anyway.
The city ordinances wouldn't allow you to build any solid structures, like a solid fence within the vision clearance triangle, and this fence wouldn't fall under that category, but the ordinance doesn't really address plant material.
But if you've got plants that are
legitimate.
growing up there, then it would.
But even if there wasn't a fence, they could have high plant material, which we wouldn't regulate.
Evergreen.
Because the plants would not be in the right of way? Is that why, or just because?
They're not structures.
Okay, all right.
Well, the plants that are growing may not be on their property. They haven't come to terms on the property yet, have they?
12 feet of their plants may not be, yeah.
Well, but we're trying to decide something before they come to terms on the right-of-way?
It's been through the Plan and Zoning Commission and received and filed by council.
Has it been approved?
Council's directed the real estate division to work on the lease. So the lease itself hasn't been approved yet, but
Well, how do we do this before they lease the property?
Good question.
Well, we know that it's going to go through, and what you could do is condition the approval based upon final approval of the lease. I think that could be another way.
Well, but
and
we had one like this before on Simon Tire, and the city wanted an exorbitant amount of money for an alley, and it didn't go through. I don't see how we can do this till the lease is final.
in this instance, the council, in their action to direct real estate to work on the lease, they actually directed real estate to sign off on the application as the landowner, because technically right now the city is still the title holder of the 12-foot strip. And the council action actually included the motion to sign the Board of Adjustment application.
Brooke, the chairman pointed out that stipulation number 2 or condition number 2 probably covers this if the
If they never
leaf
come
does
to,
not become effective.
All right, well, I just wanted to be sure.
very good.
Yep. Yep.
Any other questions for staff?
Is there a reason why they have an 8-foot fence? Is that just to keep people out of the garden?
Their application said for security and for keeping people out.
And what are they growing?
Big rabbits.
I could probably answer that. The deer can come over my 6-foot fence without any issue.
It's amazing. Any other questions?
That is amazing.
Thanks, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Paris. I'm the business manager at St. Anthony's Catholic Church, 15 Indianola. The staff representative basically laid out what's the case. There's a couple of questions that got brought up. One was the reason why there's an 8-foot fence. At the end of the day, it's like most parishes or churches. It was a fence that was donated or scrapped, and a parishioner who was involved with the garden. They knew they had people and animals that were destroying the integrity of the garden, so they found some scrap fence and constructed it. So that explains probably why it's not cosmetically aesthetic to some of the residents. But two questions I may answer.
You're okay with staff recommendations then, to get a fence permit and everything?
Yeah, we're all right with that. I've not received any communication yet from the city regarding the terms for lease and all that. So of course we would want to understand what those financial terms are. But we know we would have to go through, if that's agreeable, then we'd go through the process.
Sorry, Mel, go ahead.
Mark, not to be too rhetorical, but did you know you needed a permit to build a fence?
Hate to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
Especially an 8-foot tall one.
Sometimes our parish has a history of just volunteers all of a sudden starting just taking matters in their own hands, and next thing we know, we have a fence.
Right.
So.
Well, at a minimum, I mean, you've been doing lots of good things down there lately, but I might caution you, make sure you
Understood.
check where property boundaries are, setbacks, when permits are needed.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition?
Jim Post, 224 East Livingston. Looking at the 3 criteria that you need to consider on this, one is that they own other property in the area. This one here is directly across the street from the bus garage. You can see that it was recorded in 1967. I believe this is when they got their tax exemption, property tax exemption in '83. This is what it looks like today. Pretty wide open there. This is the property, actually the bus garage, that it appears that they've had it for 29 years. This is the property, or the part of the ground they own right behind the bus garage. This picture I actually got off Google Maps. August of 2007 is what that looked like at the time, the garden. You asked about traffic flow. There's speed limits signs in that neighborhood, 25 going both ways on that street right there, the cut-through street. This is you can kind of see the corner clearance here. You asked about a picture of when they were in bloom. I know it's not very good. I took it off my cell phone in October. Notice how high it is compared to like the minivan parked over here and my own minivan parked here. This is a barn that you can really, it's almost, if it was a little farther back, would be hidden. This is the same barn in a picture just last week or yesterday. Notice there's no stop signs in any of the intersections. It's just a 25-mile-an-hour racetrack, 3 blocks long. This is a picture actually on the sidewalk from Southwest 3rd as it intersects from Indianola Road to the ballpark, Seth Taylor Stadium, Principal Park. This is a fence that surrounds the playground that keeps my children safe that go there. And then this is the fence that is surrounding the garden. I guess I did talk to Bert on Friday, and the thing that really concerns me is that I mean, if they could show, if they went and pulled a permit and they could show that this fence was structurally sound, and you guys approve staff recommendations, that's it right there. I mean, that's a pretty unique fence to drive by every day, 2 or 3 times a day. I guess I was kind of shocked through this whole process, I was kind of shocked that it made it through traffic and transportation, being out that far. I was kind of shocked that Plan and Zoning recommended to give them the ground, or lease it, provide it for them, whatever. I'm not sure you guys can put any limitations on what's behind it, but you can certainly see by the one picture, 8-foot tomato plants out in the corner certainly isn't a great thing, especially with school children right there. So
it blocked your view, is what you're saying, when you're coming from, well, I guess from either direction to that intersection, correct?
Right, that corner. I mean,
okay.
Like I said, this was one picture. This one here was taken actually after the first frost, about towards the end of October.
So the growth blocks your view, or the growth and the fence, or a little bit?
Well, I mean, if you look at
a little bit of both.
That does not block the view.
Yeah.
But I mean, that certainly does.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you can put it. I don't know if you can do anything about that.
About what they could plant where? Is that what you're saying?
I think you could strongly encourage they don't put tomato plants out in the
You showed some other pictures of vacant land. Are you suggesting that maybe the garden should go someplace else?
I think one of the provisions, the plight of the owner, is due to unique circumstances, not of the owner's own making. I mean, they could have put that garden on any of the ground that they owned there. Do they have to put it in front of the bus garage? You know, and I mean, the bus garage, number one, that land there is a bus garage. It could be a bus garage whether there's a garden there or not.
And I just want to make sure you understand the one point. The variance is for an additional 4 feet of fencing.
Yep.
And that can be for security for the bus barn or whatever.
Yep.
You know, it's the garden just is incidental to what they're requesting. So.
Okay.
But you bring up some valid points.
From my point, and as a neighborhood leader, that fence just is too unique. I mean, that's probably the best word I can describe. In talking to Bert, I guess it kind of bothered me that if you pass staff recommendations, they pulled a permit and showed that it was structurally sound, they could leave that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, and I think per our conversation is why, I mean, I would ask at least to have some limitations put on them for
You're talking about those side rails that are going all the way up and down there? That really what you're looking for?
Well, actually what I'm looking for, I don't have a problem with a tall fence. They've already got plenty of it in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Why does this fence look like that, and they have a square block right across the street that looks like a regular ordinary 8-foot tall chain link fence?
Like around the playground.
Right. I mean, there's a vast difference of look there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, they're going to be back up here again, so I think that might be part of the question and answer session. Is there anything else you'd like to add, or?
No, not really.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, question for Jim. Jim, you gave your name, address, and you mentioned as a neighborhood leader.
No, I didn't say neighborhood leader.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking you a further question. Are you president of your neighborhood association?
Yes, I am.
What is your neighborhood association?
McKinley School, Columbus Park.
And does this property lie within your neighborhood boundaries? And are you here in an official capacity today?
Actually, the neighborhood really didn't take a stance on it.
Okay.
They all agreed that the fence looks terrible.
Okay.
I think we kind of agree that, you know, if they need a fence, that's fine. They don't need that fence.
Right. And even if you're not here in an official capacity, you're here as a resident of that neighborhood area.
I live in the neighborhood, and I guess probably the one thing without any traffic control, the way those beams are set up, I mean, if there was just a little bit of a contact with car, you know, not being able to see, I mean, some of those beams, these beams would be right at windshield level.
Right. Okay.
I mean, it really is a...
Right.
I mean, and I guess from the neighborhood standpoint, and personally, you know, I don't have a problem with the fence. It's just that fence.
Okay.
And I was really alarmed when Bert said that, you know, if it was structurally sound and they pulled a permit, that it could stay as is.
Okay. And Jim, you've got some good pictures here. From your observations, is this like aluminum studs here we're looking at?
I would guess that
or what it looks like.
To be honest with you, I drive by it all the time.
Okay.
I don't even want to get out and look at it.
Okay.
I mean,
these
I'm
look
a
like
member of the
6-inch
church,
aluminum studs,
and
but I'm not sure.
It just, having it there just didn't sit well. I would compare it to maybe like a dog kennel that they had no way of hooking it together, so they took like these structural steel studs and lag bolted them all in. I'm not even sure if it's in concrete.
Okay.
You know, I think that one of the things is there's a big difference of temporary to permanent, and I think that one thing, obviously, a fence like at the playground would be more of a permanent structure. I mean, I don't know how you could. I mean, I'm sure there's a way for temporary, but.
Clark has.
Yeah, you showed us a picture, and that is a playground that's owned by St. Anthony's Catholic Church?
Right across the street.
So if we were to say that any fence shall be reconstructed to aesthetically conform to the existing 8-foot fence around the school playground, that would kind of cover it for you?
That's your guys' choice.
Okay. Thank you.
I just have one other question. Have you made any contact with anybody at St. Anthony's?
As my thoughts of the fence?
Yes, yeah.
I've talked to Mark, I think, at least twice about it, as a person and as a neighborhood. I've talked to the pastor, Monsignor, about it.
So you've made efforts?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean...
So this is not a surprise either way? Okay.
The principal, I mean, I could go on.
Okay.
Several.
Got it. Thank you. Is there any other questions? Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak in opposition? Mr. Parrish, you got 3 minutes. Maybe answer a few questions or tell your side.
All right. A couple of points that were brought up. There was a concern about traffic, which I believe this has already been passed through a traffic committee or commission or whatever. The request for variance is really about the height of the fence, right? Which Jim has really said the height of the fence is okay with him, which is really what the request is about. So really what this boils down to is aesthetics. And so, I mean, what's pleasing to one eye is probably not to the other, but if it doesn't cause any concerns for traffic or safety, and he agrees that the height of the fence is fine, then I guess doesn't that really kind of answer all of our questions?
Well, I think the sticking point appears to be those aluminum beams that go along there. Is there any dying factor that those things have to be there, or?
Oh, I have no idea, and I don't know if it was part of the scrap that they found, and that's why they constructed it. And I don't know if it provides support. I mean, I can certainly look into that. I mean, I wasn't part of the construction, so I don't know how necessary that is.
Okay. Well, I'm just, you know, as he pointed out, across the street you got an 8-foot fence.
Right.
and it's freestanding.
Yeah.
It met all the codes that were
Right.
put in. I would guess we could probably do the same thing. It's just my thought that it can be done. You're still going to have to get the permit, and it's going to have to be inspected.
Understood.
And I think it might not be a bad idea that if the inspector's out there, that gets pointed out that these really don't need to be here.
Okay.
I mean, it's just a thought for me. I don't know about anybody else.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
and Mark, if you can maybe answer this. You said you weren't involved in the construction, but to your knowledge, are there concrete footings for those posts?
I apologize. I really
Okay, because
don't
some of
have
those
an
look
idea.
pretty askew, and I would
Yeah.
think to comply with city requirements, you're probably going to have a concrete footing for 8-foot posts.
Yeah.
So whether we approve the variance or not,
Let's go down there.
I doubt whether the fence as constructed would meet permit requirements. I bet you it's going to need a more stable foundation for it.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any last questions for staff? Just one, Bert, we could put the stipulation in, or, no?
Yeah, it's up to you if you want to put the condition that if the fence has to be removed, that any fence be,
I don't think
I
removed.
don't think it's if it has to be removed. I think it's, if we're going to grant a permit, it's that fence is going to be aesthetically conforming to what they've already built. I mean, it's a matter of the neighborhood,
yeah.
not having to look
That
at this.
condition on it too, that
Yeah.
you could approve a variance for 4 feet over the allowed 4 feet, subject to the fence being in conformance with the fence surrounding the playground across the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thanks, Bert. We'll close the public portion and go to board decision.
I'm not in favor of the fence. I think it looks awful. And I don't know why they wouldn't want to be a good neighbor and have it look nice in the neighborhood. I'm disappointed to hear him come back up and say, well, this is just the way it is, and, who cares? Well, we care because we live in the neighborhood. And I don't think that neighbors should have to look at that. So I'm not going to support that fence. And, if they can work out something so you have a nice fence, but I still think 8 foot is even too high. But that fence needs to go.
I'd concur with Linda, and a little different angle. St. Anthony's is a good thing for this neighborhood. They are the anchor for this neighborhood. They've done a lot of great things there. They've made additions to the church in the last 10, 12 years. They have a school there. But I think along with that, they need to continue to be a leader for the revitalization of this neighborhood. And this fence sends the opposite message. It looks like a compound, a military thing, a prison, something. I'm not in favor of any variances that would allow it to remain at least with the height that it is now. I'd like them to kind of start over and relook at this thing. We may not have the authority to require that, but it appears the way it was constructed, if it's with, bubble gum and twine and scrap, as he referenced, I doubt whether we've got secure post anchors on this thing. I think they ought to relook at this, come at it with a real permit. So I'm not going to support the variance.
I don't have a problem with the fence being there. I want it to be aesthetic, but, money's tight, and so if you got some parishioners that are doing it, that's good. It's got to meet the permit requirements, and so we don't have to sit here and guess or agonize whether or not they have concrete footings in there.
Right.
The permit, the inspection department's going to take care of that. I guess the thing that I would say is I could let them have that as long as they pass the permits, as long as they pass the inspection. My guess is it's probably going to have to be a few changes made, but the one thing that I'd like to do, going along Linda's vein there, is to get that one beam out. Let's dress it up a little bit. Let's be proud of what we got there. So I'd be interested in granting staff recommendations with the stipulation of getting that beam out of there. My thoughts.
Well, I agree with you. I think that basically, though, that the standard in the neighborhood is what's around the playground. So if you're going to grant anything, why don't you just say, build it like the one around the playground?
Better choice of words. Yeah.
Now I understand that you may not like 8-foot fences, but this is part of
I could live with it if it looked nice, but not that 8-foot fence.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and I agree with I think
I
that's,
did that.
yeah.
I mean, the Leaning Tower of Pisa is straighter than this.
I know.
Yeah, that's Italian too. Bad joke.
Don't forget you have to drive home
Yeah.
to the south side.
I was baptized there.
Any other thoughts? Well, I'll put a motion out. Much as Tom said, accept staff recommendations with the stipulation number 3 that it looks the same as the fence on the playground across the street. Keeps it uniform, dresses up the neighborhood. Hopefully we've addressed the neighbors' concerns, and the inspection department's going to take a look at it and give their thoughts. So I think that indemnifies you quite a bit too. So I'm going to make that a motion.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Those.
Sorry.
I'm going to take that as 6
Slow on the draw.
Motion carries. And Mr. Pope, I hope we got you taken care of in that. We'll see. Thank you. Item 15. It's an appeal of the zoning enforcement officer's determination at 918 Southeast 21st. And we have a fairly large packet along with that.
Chair, member of the board, Sue Ann Donovan, zoning enforcement officer. I'm going to present for staff today. We do have a fairly large packet. Again, it's a request for a determination on legal nonconforming rights that this property may have. A notice of violation did go out on this for failure to comply with a site plan that was brought in as a result of a previous board action granting a conditional use permit for this parcel for a salvage yard. They did not comply with that, with the site plan requirements, got a notice of violation, filed an appeal of numerous things, including but not limited to some of the site plan requirements, which is a Chapter 82 issue, and the board can't rule on site plan requirements in Chapter 82. So we did meet and narrowed it down to, I believe, the appeal of the violations in the Chapter 134, which boiled down to an appeal of the determination that they'd lost the legal nonconforming rights for this property to be used as a salvage yard with storage on an unimproved surface. And I will defer to Mr. Hockenberg to make sure that we have that issue resolved on what the appeal is before the board.
And there are 2 issues. There's the
Mr. Hockenberg, just so I can get it on the record, I can hear you, but the guys upstairs don't.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Lou Hockenberg. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. There are 2 issues before the board today. From our perspective, one is, as Sue Ann identified, whether we have legal non-conforming use rights, number 1, and number 2, whether the ordinance has been cited for the violation is even applicable to this situation.
Okay.
As far as the ordinance that was cited, the ordinance that was cited was 134, 1087 for contractors' equipment storage yard, I believe. No, I'm sorry, I apologize. It was 134, 1377 F5, which is parking on an unimproved surface, which they were doing. For paving of a commercial parking lot, it's unclear as to exactly what Mr. Hockenberg's client is doing. There are numerous trailers stored back there which would require paving, either as a vehicle storage lot or a contractor's equipment storage yard or a commercial parking lot. The site was for the commercial parking lot. I believe that they're not in compliance with their site plan, which was also cited, so I believe that we have the correct site, but I'm sure we will hear more on that later. In order to speak now to the legal non-conforming rights that they're claiming for this property, I'm going to have to go through a brief history of the property and an adjoining parcel and how they interplay with each other. I'm going to do this to make the record, and I will try and make it fast, and then when we get into some of the later exhibits, I think we will get into what's more germane, and those would be the exhibits 27, 29, 31, 33, 34, 35, and 36. But we'll start briefly with the history. I'll go through this as quickly as I can. Exhibit 1 is going to be the ordinance that pertains to legal non-conforming rights to the property. And these exhibits will be offered as part of the record. I'm not going to offer them for each time I speak to them. Exhibit 2 is a plat that sets out the parcels in question that we're talking about. This parcel and this parcel were at one point used in combination by Mr. Seidenfeld. And later on, you're going to see that he separated off and sold the northern parcel on contract and then retained this and eventually took it on a deed from the city of Des Moines. He had previously been purchasing this on a real estate contract. I'm going to submit as Exhibit 3 the Polk County Assessor's records for both parcels. And these set out that the zoning on these parcels is M2. In 1989, this is Exhibit 5, if you're following along in your packet, is a decision and order of this board, June 28th of 1989. And what it sets out is that Seidenfeld Sun Iron and Metal Inc. Was expanding the use of their conditional use permit to include the southern parcel and some other parcel, a larger area that they were under contract with the city of Des Moines as part of a relocation. So at that point, they were operating those under a conditional use permit tied together in one use. That would be Exhibit 5. Exhibit 6 is a real estate contract which Mr. Seidenfeld entered in with Tibbetts to sell the northern portion of that property on a real estate contract. Exhibit 7 is an amendment to that real estate contract that was entered into where Tibbetts then sold their real estate contract or transferred their interest in the real estate contract to Crow Auto Service, Inc., and that was in 2009. So at that point, Crow had the northern property under a real estate contract. Then somewhere subsequently, there was some discussion with the city regarding Mr. Seidenfeld's real estate contract with the city of Des Moines, and they resolved those issues, and Mr. Seidenfeld took the southern parcel that we are here to discuss today by quitclaim deed. So now he has the southern portion and the northern portion owned separately. He has a real estate contract on the north. He owns the south. We're going to go through quickly some of the aerial photography that shows the use of these parcels. This is the first one, is Exhibit number 9, and it's from 2000. And you'll see it shows that the north and the subject property are both being used for storage of vehicles. At that point in 2001, Mr. Seidenfeld did have a salvage dealer's license that covered the property. That would be Exhibit 10. Exhibit 11 is the aerial from 2002. Again, it's going to show that both parcels are used for the storage of vehicles. In 2002 until June of 2003, Seidenfeld again held a salvage dealer's license. That would be Exhibit number 12. In Exhibit number 13, we have an aerial photo from 2003, again showing that both parcels are used for storage of vehicles. Mr. Seidenfeld in Exhibit 14 again obtains a salvage dealer's license. Exhibit 15 is an aerial from 2004, again showing the use of the property, both properties being used for the storage of vehicles. In 2004, again, Seidenfeld in Exhibit 16 receives a salvage dealer's license. In 2005, we have an aerial photo, which is Exhibit 17, which again shows the use of the properties together for storage of vehicles. Exhibit 18, Seidenfeld again receives his salvage dealer's license. Exhibit 19 shows again, as an aerial photography from 2006, the combined use of the properties for storage of vehicles. In Exhibit 20, Seidenfeld again gets his salvage dealer's license. 2007, Exhibit 21, again, both properties are used for storage. Exhibit 22 is a case activity log from our system, which is the Tidemark system that we log the business license applications. In 2007, Mr. Seidenfeld applies for a salvage dealer's license, which was denied because he didn't have a required fence on the south side of the property. So this was his last attempt to comply with the salvage dealer's license requirements. At that point, in Exhibit 23, Crow Auto Service is coming in, and in 2008, pursuant to his use of the northern property, gets his salvage dealer's license. Exhibit 24 is a site map that shows Seidenfeld had come in 2008, and he constructs a second building on the northern property. I believe that was with some agreement with Crow, although I don't know exactly how that structure went on a property that he was selling on contract. Exhibit 25, Crow Auto Service again gets a salvage dealer's license for the northern property. You don't have Exhibit 26 in your packet. Somehow that was left out, but that again is a license, salvage dealer's license issued to Crow Auto Service for July 1st, 2008 to June 30th of 2009. I can pass that around if you'd like to look at it, but it's just another salvage dealer's license.
25 and 27.
In Exhibit 27, we now show an aerial photo from 2009, which shows a change in the use of the property. You'll see in 2009, the north property has some storage of vehicles on it. The property in question that is now owned by Seidenfeld has no vehicles on it at all. Exhibit 28 shows again Crow Auto Service is getting their salvage dealer's license for the north portion. Exhibit 29 is a 2010 aerial photo, which again shows the north portion of the property is being used, but the south portion is clearly, there's nothing stored on it. 30 again, Randy Crow or Crow Auto Service is getting their salvage dealer's license as they're supposed to for his property to the north. Exhibit 31 shows a slight change in use in Mr. Seidenfeld's property. We now see a couple storage of what looks like trailers, and the north property again, which is properly licensed and has its conditional use permit, is being used. July 2011, Exhibit 32 is Crow Auto Service salvage dealer's license again for his portion of the property. At some point in the changing in use between Crow Auto Service and Seidenfeld, Seidenfeld called and asked about the use of his portion of the property that he had taken title to, the property in question to the south, and he or his representative came in for a pre-application site plan conference in order to determine what he had to do to use that property for a salvage dealer. I am now going to submit the conference minutes that were given to him, where he was instructed to come to the Zoning Board of Adjustment on that property and receive a conditional use. Exhibit number 34 is his zoning board application form, where he signs on 1/10/2011, Richard Seidenfeld, that he is requesting to construct a building on his portion or his now property, and he wants a conditional use permit for an M2 for salvage. That's Exhibit 34, and you can see that he has signed that. Exhibit 35 is the Zoning Board of Adjustment decision and order dated February 23rd of 2011, wherein this board granted the conditional permit for use in the M2 Heavy Industrial District for a salvage dealer, put some stipulations on it. The building should be constructed in conformance with the building codes. I believe those issues may have been resolved. I haven't had a chance to check all the permits. There were a couple outstanding, but I think those were just final inspections that need to be done. Site plan development shall be constructed in accordance with the site plan. Any site plan shall include paved off-street parking, paved maneuvering access drives, identify dustless surface such as paved or recycled asphalt product for any storage of salvage materials, junk, or inoperable vehicles. And they were to get an easement through the adjoining property. The city did take that street that they had previously vacated and extended it down far enough to give this property an access without having to go through the easement. Any future dismantling of vehicle shall require an amendment to the conditional use permit. I'm going to submit that. There should be in your packet an Exhibit 36, and I don't have it in front of me, that is the site plan that Mr. Seidenfeld presented to the city, which was approved for where the building was going to be located, and indicated where he was going to put paving and where he was going to put his landscaping, and in order to comply with this board's order and Chapter 82 and Chapter 134 of the ordinance, showed the building and paving and the site plan requirements. There was an inspection done December 7th of 2011 where it was found that the site was not in compliance with the site plan ordinance. I'm going to show you pictures from that inspection. Again, we have trailers now stored on unimproved surfaces. We have some storage back along the back fence, roll-off containers.
And the pictures are all Exhibit 37A through
37E, correct. Also showing junk stored off of a completely improved surface, barrels. You can see the paving, but there's no site plan improvements. They didn't plant any of the required landscaping that was required to be planted, and they're now parking off of an improved surface. On December 7th, a notice did go out from our office citing the violations. I think one of the questions is whether that was correctly cited for the paving. The site was 134-1377 F5 paving. Any off-street parking, including commercial parking lot for more than 4 vehicles, shall be surfaced with asphaltic or Portland cement binder. Not knowing exactly what those trailers were, I'm sure the inspector assumed that that was going to be a commercial parking lot of some sort. He could have come in with a site plan amended and done whatever type of designation he wanted to improve those surfaces. I don't think that's a fatal defect in the notice. It is notifying them that they need to pave. The remedial action is to cease the illegal business in this location, which would have been the, at that point, he didn't have a valid CO. He still doesn't have a valid certificate of occupancy. So that would have been to cease the illegal use. They didn't strike the parking lot for the handicapped accessible, install the handicapped signage, install the plant material, complete, which would have also been a requirement of your Board of Adjustment decision in order that wasn't completed. Remove the trailers off the lot, can't be used for parking anything including junk, salvage vehicles, nor can the building without a certificate of occupancy be used for the use that it was under. Update the site plans showing what use is going to be there, the salvage use. And he is to obtain a salvage permit, which are those business licenses that he hasn't had for a number of years down there. I think the crux of this case is that Mr. Seidenfeld ceased the use of that property for more than 6 months, as shown by the photos. He didn't have anything down there. He constructed a building for his use on the property to the north that he had under contract to another party, vacated completely that southern, and came in to the board for a conditional use permit to go back in on the southern property in order to do this, with the stipulation that he had to comply with the site plan. He has not complied with the site plan. He doesn't have legal non-conforming rights. He ceased the use And he admitted he didn't have legal nonconforming rights when he came in and signed the application saying, I need a new conditional use permit. And he agreed he would come into compliance. He agreed when he brought in the site plan that he was going to bring it into compliance. Now he's arguing I don't have to because I have some legal nonconforming rights. Any one of those events, the transfer of ownership, the ceasing of the use, the coming into to the board asking for permission to do what he was going to do, and bringing in a site plan, all of those truly, absolutely, and any argument that he has legal nonconforming rights to park on unimproved surfaces on this lot. Questions?
So if he had legal let's say he did have legal nonconforming, none of the paving, none of the other items that would have been required in the site plan would apply? Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
He went in there in 1989 on this site, and there would have been paving requirements of some sort in 1989.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's the ordinance. We haven't had any right to be on unimproved surfaces since the 50s or maybe before. I'm now finding ordinances back to the 40s. So,
so in your view, even legal nonconforming, there's
even
still...
if he had legal nonconforming, he wouldn't have been able to just park down there like he is.
Brooke?
Question. On this letter of December 7th, it says remedial action. I don't see anywhere where it says he needs to pave anything.
Well, the remedial action is to remove the trailers off of the lot, and that would be a remedial action until such time as it was brought into compliance with an approved site plan.
So update the site plan would be, the number 7 would be update the site plan showing salvage use, which would mean
paving.
you have to pave X.
Yes.
Okay, and legal nonconforming, since it was a contract sale, I presume that the seller is joint tenant. How do you lose nonconforming if you've never signed over the property?
They didn't, it's a question of abandonment of use.
Well, but I mean, when I've sold stuff on contract, I never gave up my right to the property until the whole final payment was made. I'm joint tenancy. Is there joint tenancy under this?
You didn't use, no, there's no joint tenancy. In my opinion, you didn't use a separate parcel. They were separate
So it
parcels.
separates, you're separating the two.
Are you talking about the north parcel or the south parcel in our history?
Brooke, my
Maybe
understanding is that the north parcel is the part that was sold on contract.
Correct.
And that has
No,
nothing...
we're talking about the south.
That's right.
Yes.
All right,
Okay.
my fault.
Yes.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you, Sue Ann. Applicant, representative the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Lou Hockenberg. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Firstly, with respect to these exhibits, some of which I just saw for the first time today, Exhibit 2 does depict the two properties, north and south. Exhibit 4 confirms that Seidenfeld and Son, which is now Seidenfeld Incorporated, is still the legal title holder of the north part, and until most recently still occupied a good part of that property as a tenant on site. Exhibit 5, I think, was talked about. That was the proceedings from 1980.
Mr. Hockenberg, would you stop right there? Do you have a copy of the lease for...
No, I don't have a copy of the lease with me. But I'm telling you
You're alleging that there is a lease on the north part, on the north parcel.
There was.
From Crow to Seidenfeld.
Seidenfeld occupied a building on the north side until its new building was completed about a year ago, or whenever it was completed, but continued to occupy the south part of the north parcel until the new building was built.
And do you have any letter from the landlord or any, evidence of payment of rent or anything?
No, I don't have
to show
it with
us?
me.
Okay.
But I'm telling you factually, and you can tell by the address that Seidenfeld still maintained that address of 826, and that's in the documents you'll see here.
Okay.
The property address for the new site, I believe, is 917 or 918, but the north piece is 826. Moving on to some of the other exhibits, which you've been told tell you that there's been an abandonment of use, which we strenuously object to. I guess I'd like to point out number 7, exhibit number 7. Seidenfeld was not a party to that exhibit, so I don't know why it's there. It was a contract between two other parties, the party that Seidenfeld sold to and then a third party. The quitclaim deed is between the City of Des Moines and Seidenfeld. Seidenfeld bought the south piece and another 5 or 6 acres years ago from the City of Des Moines, and the City of Des Moines continued to use part of the property that it sold to Seidenfeld. A dispute erupted, and the parties settled that in the deed. This deed, number 8, is part of that settlement. Number 9, you've been told, depicts the property in year 2000. You see number 10, which is a salvage dealer license. Currently, Seidenfeld doesn't hold one and hasn't for years because there's been some question whether it even needs one. It does not sell salvage to the general public. You see number 13, which you've been told depicts the use of the north and the south piece. 14 is the license again. 15 is supposedly a aerial that was taken in 2004. Exhibit 17 is an aerial that allegedly shows the property in 2005, where both parcels are being occupied. The same with 19, that was taken in 2006. And the same holds true with Exhibit 21, which was taken in 2007, apparently, showing the use of both pieces of property. And then you've been referred to Exhibit 27 for the purpose of asking you to imply that Seidenfeld didn't use that part any longer in year 2009. The reason no vehicles are shown on the south piece is because Seidenfeld doesn't deal in vehicles and hasn't for several years. That's why there are no vehicles on that piece. It's a metals recycling company. However, the southern piece was used by Seidenfeld and has been continuously used for many years. Same with 29. And 31 shows some trailers, as Ms. Donovan indicated, which I think is accurate. The purpose of number 33 was that Seidenfeld was going to build a new building on the south piece. So that's why there was a site plan conference with respect to the new building. And then you'll see Exhibit 34, which runs in tandem there, that indicates on its face that a 50 by 60 foot building addition was to be installed. 35, you've gotten a snapshot of part of what happened at that time. I'd like to kind of fill in what's missing, if I could, Mr. Chairman, circulate this. This is the agenda item for the February 23, 2011 meeting before this board, which indicates that the applicant, which was Seidenfeld Incorporated, proposed expansion of existing metal recycling / salvage yard business with the construction of a 50 by 60 foot building, indicating that the site is included in a salvage yard approved by the Zoning Board of Adjustment on June 28, 1989. So this came from the city, which indicates to me that there's been no discontinuation of use, and the southern piece was a mere extension of the business activities that took place on the northern piece since at least 1989. If I could make this part of the record, Mr. Chairman, I'll circulate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you can show it to us on the screen, it'd be helpful. You can do that right now, Eric?
Sure.
So we can see what he's talking about. Thank you.
Okay, so what I read from was the proposal piece, which is the first paragraph underneath the blocked area. And it's interesting, in 2011 there was no contention, there was a discontinuation of use. In fact, it strongly states that this is part of a metal recycling salvage yard business that's been in existence since 1989. Now, the reference to June 28 of 1989 is in your packet, and that is that's the proceedings that took place before this board at that time. And I don't know, I have the exhibit number, but it's part of your original packet. If I could identify that for you.
Exhibit 5, the original board decision back in '89.
1989, yeah.
Exhibit 5.
Yes,
after all the
5.
assessment ones. Yeah.
Yes, that's it. And again, that refers to application for a conditional M2 use to permit expanding an existing salvage yard. So again, this acknowledged the existence of the salvage yard back in 1989. And then your agenda item for 2011 acknowledges that that's a mere expansion of the operation that's been there since at least 1989. Is that?
Oh, that was already something we had.
Yeah.
Yeah. We just wanted to see that, Eric.
Is that circulating right now?
Well, I think we know it's right there, but we'll pass it around.
Can I circulate that? Thank you. With respect to why we're here today, as indicated, it relates to a notice of violation dated December of 2011. And it's my understanding that the site plan issues with respect to the building matters are not before the board today. And I think they either have been or are in the process of all being handled through the building department. All the contractors have completed the work on site and have for some time. For some reason, the city staff has not indicated final approval, although all the items have been approved. So what that brings us to is the item number 6 on the remedial action list. I'd like to address some of my comments to that. And that relates to, according to the notice of violation, that relates to City Code Section 134-1377F5, which is referred to on the third page of the notice of violation. The land in question is on Southeast 21st Street, south of Maury, just for identification purposes. Seidenfeld currently operates a metal recycling business at 918 Southeast 21st. Seidenfeld purchased the property immediately north of that, the part we referred to as the northern piece, which was known as 826 Southeast 21st in 1981, and has been continuously operating its business since that time. In 1989, Seidenfeld acquired from the City of Des Moines an additional 7.89 acres adjacent to 926, which includes the subject property at, which is referred to as the south piece. Seidenfeld has conducted his business in that area as a metal recycling business consistently since 1980. There have been no interruptions of operation whatsoever.
Are you reading off of an exhibit? And if so, which one?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
I'm looking at my notes.
I see.
Seidenfeld sold part of the northern piece on contract and still has an interest in that property. As you can see from one of the exhibits, it's still the legal title holder. And as I indicated, did occupy the south part of the north piece as a tenant in one of the buildings there till the new building was constructed. On June 28, 1989, the city granted Seidenfeld a conditional use permit for 826 Southeast 21st, the north piece, to expand an existing salvage yard as it was stated. And the minutes that have been circulating deal with that matter and talk about an existing operations being expanded. It's noteworthy that at that time, no requirements were imposed on Seidenfeld to pave part of the property or to provide a dustless surface as is now being required. Now, for information purposes, there is hard surfacing adjacent to the building for patrons to park on and employees to park on. On February 23 of 2011, you granted Seidenfeld a conditional use permit for the new building at 918 Southeast 21st. The minutes of that meeting state that Seidenfeld was seeking an expansion of an existing metal recycling salvage yard business, and that's in the minutes of that meeting, which you have in your packets. And that the site is included in a salvage yard approved on June 28 of 1989. No claim was made by the staff at that time, a year ago, a little bit over a year ago, that there had been a discontinuation of use. Not until recently, when this matter came up, has the city made that unsubstantiated claim. There is absolutely no basis for that claim whatsoever. The whole property has been continuously used as a salvage yard by Seidenfeld since it acquired the property in 1980 and then acquired more property in 1989. Anything that's changed at all relates to the fact that they don't deal with cars anymore. No, vehicles are not part of their operation, but they are a metal recycler. In support of its claim, the Seidenfeld has to provide hard surfacing. The city cites to 134, 1377 F5. That section deals with required off-street parking, primarily for parking lots of private passenger automobiles of occupants, patrons, and employees, and that comes from the ordinance. On the Seidenfeld property, there is no hard surface parking for there is hard surface parking for patrons and employees that was constructed when the new building was put up. In 2009, the city attempted to apply that same section, which is again 134, 1377 F5, which I can circulate. I guess I don't have an extra copy of that. I'm sorry, I do. May I circulate that?
If you want to put it underneath first, we can just have a quick look.
Okay, section 134. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. 1377 is on the page I pointed to. It talks about required off-street parking facilities shall be primarily for the parking of private passenger automobiles and occupants, patrons, or employees of the principal use served. Then further in that ordinance, on page 5 of 10, you see subsection F. Every parcel of land used as a public or private parking area, including a commercial parking lot, shall be developed and maintained in accordance with the following. And then further down under 5, which is on page 7 of 10, it talks about paving. Any off-street parking area, including any commercial parking lot for more than 4 vehicles, shall be surfaced with an asphaltic or Portland cement binder pavement or such other surfaces as shall be approved by the city engineer so as to provide a durable and dustless surface. Shall be so graded and drained so as to dispose of all surface water accumulation within the area, and shall be so arranged and marked as to provide for orderly and safe loading and unloading and parking and storage of self-propelled vehicles. As I mentioned, this section was applied, or the city attempted to apply this to another type of business in Des Moines in 2009. And the district court ruled that that section, 134, 1377 F5 had no application. It applies to commercial parking lots. This is not a commercial parking lot. And the decision was affirmed by the Court of Appeals last year. Looking at the ordinance, the parts that I read, again, it deals with parcels used as a public or private parking area, including commercial parking lots. The Seidenfeld property is not a commercial or private parking area. In fact, vehicles are not on that property today. They don't deal in vehicles. There's a trailer as shown by the pictures. The ordinance also talks about commercial parking lots for more than 4 vehicles. Again, this is not a situation like a KEC lot where there are several vehicles and where they have to be striped. The ordinance talks about marking. Again, it's not a commercial parking lot. Those provisions were not designed to apply here. The ordinance talks about loading and unloading and parking and storage of self-propelled vehicles. That doesn't apply here either. Again, it fortifies what we're saying, and that is that this applies to commercial parking lots. These terms clearly show that 134, 1377 F5 apply to commercial parking lots.
One more minute.
No application here. We are asking, based upon these arguments, that the notice of violation be reversed.
Okay.
Can I circulate this?
Yes, you sure can. There are
Also,
questions.
One more thing I have I'd like to circulate is the Court of Appeals decision that I referred to.
You want to get a sticker and mark that, Lou, please?
Thank you.
Do we need to exhibit the ordinance?
No, we'll pass it around.
Thank
Any
you.
questions for Mr. Hockenberg? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Mel? Yeah.
Sue-Ann. Question for you. This board issued a conditional use permit on February 25th, 2011 for this location. And there were 7 conditions as part of that. Those are listed here in our staff report for today. When that conditional use permit was granted by us, does the applicant for the permit agree to those terms? Do they sign a document that says, I understand this and this is what I will do?
No.
Okay.
He signed the application to appear before you.
Okay.
You made your decision in order. If he disagreed with the decision in order, he would have had the right to appeal it to the district court.
Okay, and if he did not do that, then basically by law, it's now in effect. Is that correct?
Yes, we are charged with enforcing it.
So in essence, by him applying for this conditional use permit and us granting it with conditions, by him not appealing it, he has accepted those conditions.
Correct.
Okay, and those conditions do specifically state that he will comply with 7 terms, one of which includes a site plan that has requirements for dustless service such as paving or recycled asphalt product for any storage of salvage materials, junk, or inoperable vehicles.
Correct.
Okay, and those are either conditions that either the ordinance directly requires or that we could have decided that, well, we'd like to have this, and we could put those in there.
Yes, and when he brought in the site plan, we would have asked the property, what are you going to do with this extra property that isn't shown? He did a site plan that showed what he was going to do on the property. He did not include the unimproved surfaces in the back, or we would have said, if you're going to store anything back there, you need to improve it. And he did not bring that as part of his site plan.
Okay. And how about Mr. Hockenberg's observation or contention that, well, off-street parking doesn't apply to what's going on out there? Is there another area of the ordinance where it does apply?
It seems that we're using 2 sides of an argument here. First, he claims they aren't salvage vehicles. He's not salvaging down there, and he doesn't have any intent to salvage. And then he argues that it's not commercial parking lot for trailers. So it's one or the other. If he's going to, if those trailers are for salvage, then it's a salvage, and he needs to bring in his site plan and improve it. And if he's going to park commercial or contractor's equipment or whatever he wants to try to call these trailers, he's still going to need to improve it. We don't have the ability as inspectors to read the mind of the property owner and determine whether he's calling that a commercial lot or junk and salvage. But Mr. Hockenberg has continued to say it's not. He doesn't salvage vehicles, so those aren't junk vehicles.
Okay. Now, and another question from Mr. Hockenberg's statements. He said, well, he doesn't do auto salvaging anymore. But the word salvaging, can't I just salvage scrap metal? Can't I salvage an old refrigerator? Is salvaging just appropriate to vehicles? Or does it mean any kind of recovery of a product for reprocessing or reuse?
It would be any type of product that you're salvaging and reprocessing. It's also should be pointed out that Mr. Hockenberg states that he didn't use the south property. He was using the building that he built up on the north property, and he moved his operations to the north property under a lease agreement with the contract buyer, and that lease agreement ended for some reason, or they terminated it, and he decided to build a building down there. So what he's saying is he doesn't do cars, he does some sort of metal recycling. He obviously did it in the building to the north because he does everything in a building. So you can't claim that you're using the south portion to recycle your metal if you're doing it in the building on the north portion. There's obviously a lapse in use.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
So, and one question, and it just kind of jumped at when Mr. Hockenberg brought it up. On this 1989 board decision, it states that it's the application to permit expanding an existing salvage yard. And then Exhibit A that he showed up, the application here, it said expand an existing salvage yard. Yet, I look in our board decision, it doesn't reference expanding the salvage yard. Why is there a discrepancy?
The 1989 decision? The 1989 decision was, if you read through the decision, indicates that he had a conditional use or a salvage dealer license on the north portion that he later sold off on contract that is now held by Crow. He had some property in Guthrie Business Park, I believe, and as part of a city buyout to renovate or redo that area, he was relocated. And they relocated him down to about 14 acres south of the parcel he later sold on contract. So in order to use the entire now parcel that he owned and the parcel he was buying on contract from the city of Des Moines, he did an expansion of his conditional use so that all of that was included. Now, as Mr. Hockenberg points out, he only really used to store cars for himself or others about 2-3 acres of it that is shown in the pictures, and the city continued to use some of the rest of it for offloading snow in winter season, and so he didn't have the full use of that. And I believe as a result of that is when they came up with the agreement between parties that Seidenfeld would take the 2.89 or whatever it is acres, and the city would retain or take back from him the remainder of that southern portion, and they deeded to each other and split off. So Seidenfeld ended up with just the property that we're talking about right now. So when he came in for his conditional use permit last year, it was an expansion of his use to the north, but when staff did some research, we found that really it wasn't an expansion. He just needed a conditional use permit. So it may have been in the original staff that went out. That was the way it went out. But when it came to the board, it was clarified. This was for a conditional use permit. That was what the board ordered. That's what you voted on. So as we research, sometimes before we can get things into the staff report, we find out that truly there is a different set of circumstances.
Okay. I have a question for you. Mr. Pelds, who is an engineer in this city, was involved in this whole situation, and he appeared with the city as a representative of the appellant here.
At the last Board of Adjustment hearing. He helped fill out the application that Mr. Seidenfeld agreed to file, yes.
Has Mr. Pelds been in contact with the city about any of these problems down there?
I have not heard anything from.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you, Sue Ann. Mr. Hockenberg, in all fairness,
Once again, the city is now making a claim, and it's been inconsistent throughout the years. Now it's saying that this is not a continuation of an existing use, which it's said that several times in your minutes. I want to correct what was just stated to you. I didn't say that they don't deal in salvage. I said they don't deal in cars anymore. They don't.
Okay.
So there are no inoperable cars. The city is using an ordinance that has no application. And this notice of violation is based upon a code section in your municipal code. The city has to be able to show how it applies. The city can't show how this applies because by its very language, it's inapplicable, and a district court and a court of appeals have said this ordinance that's being applied against Seidenfeld today applies to commercial parking lots. The city is claiming discontinuation of use but can't prove it and hasn't proven it. The property records show that Seidenfeld has had an interest in both pieces of property since 1980. There's been.
Let's stop right there, Mr. Hockenberg. When he sold the northern parcel on contract,
right,
you understand that the contract buyer is the party in possession and has a right to a deed upon payment, fulfillment of the contract, that all that Mr. Seidenfeld had at that point was what we call personal property. That is the right to be paid and the obligation to deliver a deed. I mean, I don't see how it could be any more clearly separation of ownership than selling off a parcel on contract.
The property records show that Seidenfeld is still the contract seller, the legal title holder,
yes,
and as I indicated, occupied a good part of that property, the southern portion of the north piece, for several years until it decided to build a new building. So the use never changed. And if the use did change, when was it? The city hasn't proven that on a certain date use was discontinued, and for 6 months they didn't operate the business. They have operated this business at this location since 1980 with no discontinuation of use. And that argument is now being used conveniently for the very first time. I mean, if that existed, why didn't it come up in 2011? Why didn't it come up in 1989? Because it's not factually true.
thank you. I will close the public portion, go to board decision. Quiet group.
Well, pretty clearly the applicant had the right to appear himself. Clearly the applicant had the right to bring the landlord from the northern parcel here to explain to us the lease. Clearly the applicant had the right to evidence the lease by payments and some kind of written agreement between the two parties. Mm-hmm. The applicant decided that he wasn't going to be in salvage business anymore, evidently, because he didn't get a license and hasn't had one since, 2007. He moved everything off the southern parcel and maintained it in the name of a corporation that wasn't licensed to do salvage business. Now the claim is we don't have to do what we agreed to do in our application before this board back in January of 2011 because we're grandfathered in. Well, I think the evidence is there to uphold the zoning officer's determination.
I would concur with Mr. Clark. As the zoning enforcement officer stated, there are a number of different things that have transpired due to the due to the applicant's actions that wound up ceasing that use that was previously there. And one of the most recent ones was his own filing to request a conditional use permit, which was granted. And there were very specific terms in that, which in essence he agreed to. So the game has changed for a number of reasons. And I would uphold the zoning officer's decision as well in this case.
Brooke? Question, what exactly is a salvage permit? Is that strictly for autos?
Sounds like from what we were told by the zoning enforcement officer, that salvage can mean salvaging of any materials for reprocessing, resale,
We
scrapping.
used to call them junkyards.
Which I always associate with cars too, but they can be anything.
Well, I mean, is there a legal description of what a salvage permit is?
Is there, Sue Ann?
Salvage dealer license, I'm sorry.
Maybe we'll get an answer in the meantime.
I mean, if you have to have a salvage dealer license to
In
what?
any type of salvage business, that's what it sounds like.
Whether, I don't know. But I also, I'm somewhat unclear on the remedies that was in here. I guess I just don't understand. It says update site plan showing salvage use. I don't understand how that means you got to pave the whole thing. So it's coming down to continuous use and the fact that there's trailers on the.
Yeah, the trailer issue, I think, is what's driving a lot of this, because they're parked on a non-solid surface. And if they want to bring it in compliance, they have to have some sort of either Portland cement or asphaltic surface on. And I don't want to be speaking out of turn, but that's what I understand it. So
I think it said dustless.
Dustless surface, not solid, but dustless, right?
So that could be different than paving.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think that's what it's coming down to.
What about under the contract selling, as I looked at it, I obviously am not a lawyer, but it has a joint tenancy clause in there. Well, how does the seller give it up if he has a joint tenancy to the deed?
When you sell something on contract, you are selling what you have, an interest in the real estate. The only thing you retain is what we call bare legal title, and that is retained because you still have the right to payments. Contract purchaser is the one that has all the obligations for the land. That is, he has the right to occupy it, but he also has the obligations to carry insurance, and if he's going to carry insurance, or else be self-identified.
What does joint tenancy mean then?
Joint tenancy is generally between two individuals and has to do with the fact that the survivor gets all of the property. If one would die, the other gets the property. Generally, you'll see husband and wife as joint tenants with full rights of survivorship and not as tenants in common.
Well, because it just says seller immediate proceeds holds the title and the above described property in joint tenancy.
I don't know what you're reading from.
The seller agreement.
What document? What document are you reading from?
When Mr. Zeidenfeld sold the property.
Yeah.
Exhibit number?
Exhibit number, perhaps?
There's no, it's number 14,
okay,
but there's no page numbers. I mean, if it's held in joint tenancy, I don't see how you don't own the property.
Exhibit 14 is a...
Oh, no, not Exhibit 14, I'm sorry. It's Exhibit 7.
Okay.
But it's under the contract that's number 14. I don't get it. I mean, if you give up property if it says that?
Well, it starts out and says if and only if the seller immediately preceding this sale holds the title to the above described property in joint tenancy.
I'm just asking what it means.
Well, it can't. I mean, the seller in this particular instance would not have, because, of course, the seller is an LLC in this particular instance.
Okay.
Generally, corporations, since they have a unlimited life.
Right.
Well, I'm just asking.
Can't hold
if we need to take it into account or we don't take it into account?
No.
But on a contract sale, you don't
You don't pay attention to that when the seller is a corporation or a LLC.
Any other thoughts out there? Mr. Hochberg's been very compelling. He always talks a good case in front of here. I guess I'm satisfied with what the zoning enforcement officer did. I think when Mr. Seidenfeld came back and applied last year, even though it might have said an expanded use of a salvage yard, he in effect was getting a new lease on that or new application for that property. And the fact that he doesn't have a salvage license kind of lends me to believe that he kind of abandoned the idea. So I guess I'm following along with Mel and Tom and their approach, and so I think I'm leaning towards giving a approval of the zoning officer's determination.
But is that what we're supposed to decide? It sounds like the continuous use is the big question. You're saying because he didn't have a salvage dealer's license, that in your mind there isn't a continuous use.
That's what I'm thinking, Brooke.
I don't know enough to know what a salvage dealer license is.
Well, I looked at it. We've had them since 2000 up to, 2007. He's always applied for one, then stopped.
Brooke, the idea here is whether or not you uphold the zoning officer's determination, and the zoning officer determined that there was a conditional use permit that was approved on February 23rd of 2011, and the appellant hasn't lived up to the terms and conditions of that conditional use permit. That's, pretty much what she determined.
Why don't we get a motion out there and see where we go? Mel?
Well, and to kind of make things as simple as what you see is what you get, we've got 2 years of aerial photos where nothing was going on that portion of the property. The use was discontinued. It wasn't there. So just like a business closes for 6 months that was, let's say, a nightclub, well, if it was a non-conforming use at the time, it can't come back anyway. So it's done. It's over. So again, as the zoning officer stated, there's a number of different things that precipitated the fact that this use has not remained in continuous operation, and I would make a motion to uphold the zoning officer's decision. That's 918 Southeast 21st Street, item 15.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Well, I guess a comment. A aerial photograph is taken at one particular snapshot in time. And if somebody has 6 months to move or not move stuff in and out, I don't hold much to the photographs in any case. But I think I would try to err on the side of the businesses. Not that they shouldn't be in compliance. They should be in compliance. But, and I think Mr. Clark said that the issue is the continuous use permit granted in 2011 and whether they're in compliance or not, correct? And that's the motion.
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Those opposed? All right. Motion carries 5-1. Do we want to take a quick break?
Yeah, for
All right.
5 minutes.
5-minute break. We'll get back together here at 3:25. Call the meeting back to order. Item 16 is a variance at 303 Scott.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, item number 16 would allow for retention of some outdoor storage of materials, equipment, and racks that contain tires that are currently along the east side of a building and within the minimum required 25-foot front yard setback. To keep these tire racks, they need two variances, one being variance of the provision that prohibits the outdoor storage of any and all materials, junk, and debris in the M1 district, and second is the variance of 25 feet less than the minimum required 25-foot front yard setback. The subject property probably looks familiar. It was before you last year. See Earl's Tires at the corner of Scott Avenue and Southeast 4th Street, just east of the confluence of the Des Moines and Raccoon Rivers. There's a recreation trail that kind of winds along, or goes along the levee just on the south and west sides of the property. There are currently some tire racks located along the east side of the building that contain used tires, which the zoning ordinance classifies as being junk and debris since they're used tires. And if this looks familiar, it's because he was before this board last year to get variances to allow two semi-trailers to be retained on the back of the property and then to have outdoor storage of junk and debris at that time. And when he was at the board last April, the board gave him 2 years to get rid of the semi-trailers, but the board denied any and all storage of outdoor junk and debris. And since that time, he's been working with the zoning officer to get the site cleaned up. He's done quite a bit of removal and definitely improved the site. However, the only remaining outdoor storage that he has is those tire racks on the east side of the building. So this is kind of his last ditch effort to keep those tire racks before having to remove them. Here's a photo of how they appear today. You can see that they're surrounded by chain link fence with barbed wire on the top. This is zoned M1 industrial, so barbed wire is allowed. Here's another photo looking kind of northwest. Another photo of the tire racks, and you can see the wheels piled in front. And these are the two semi-trailers that the board gave him the approvals to have for a 2-year period that expires next year. If you remember last time, there was quite a bit of junk scattered through the site. You can see that has all been cleaned up. Just point out that when we were doing the site photos, we noticed the pile of tires right here. And the zoning inspector has been talking with him the last week, and I believe touched base again this morning, and that is being cleaned up now, so that shouldn't be an issue. Then this is just the decision in order from last April 27 of 2011 that gave him 2 years until May 3 of 2013 to keep the trailers, but then denied the variance asking for outdoor storage. And then the consent map, we did not get any cards back. We just have one email, I have to sit here, from the neighborhood association saying that they voted unanimously to support the staff recommendation, which is for denial of the requested variance. So, as that alludes to, staff has recommended denial of the variance. We felt that the board made it clear last year that this wasn't an appropriate site to have outdoor storage of junk and debris, given its high visibility right at the corner of Scott Avenue and the river. So we've recommended denial of the requested variances. Any questions?
Bert, yeah, it seems that they're following the plan to get everything all cleaned up, working with the zoning enforcement officer. Why have an issue with this?
Well, I'll let the applicant explain it, but I believe that they feel these tire racks are a pretty valuable asset to their business. They feel like they use them quite a bit. So our staff's argument is that they could move them inside the existing building or maybe add on to the existing building or put another accessory structure to the rear of the building where they could store these racks rather than having them set outside. So.
Okay.
Let me ask you, is the primary objection just that it's not aesthetically pleasing? I mean, how about a fence? How about a wooden fence so you can't see it?
Right. And if you notice on the notices that went out, we did put, the board may perhaps consider a variance to allow 8-foot tall solid fence to screen them. So by putting that in there, we did give the board some flexibility that if they are inclined to grant the storage, that you could grant a variance to allow a taller fence than otherwise allowed. But really, it's just, this is the historic East Village area. The city has plans for the market district in this area. Just a highly visible area that we don't feel any outdoor storage of materials is appropriate in this area. So really, it is the visibility and the visual impacts of these racks that we're most concerned about.
Question. You said the city has plans for this area. Is there final plans for this area?
I don't believe the market district plan has ever been formally adopted by council, but there's vision since the Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway is just a block to the north from the site. Obviously, the city has visions of some redevelopment occurring to get the investment, a return on the investment of that new roadway.
If my objection has been consistent, if there's no formal plan and what in place yet, I don't understand what the objection is, why staff would even take it into consideration. This doesn't make any sense to me. And a lot of these people have been in business in this area for decades. Now, if the city comes up with a plan, obviously I would presume they would communicate with the people and work through it. But if there's no plan in place, just like the wrought iron fence in the downtown district without a plan, I do not understand why it's taken into consideration.
Well, our recommendation isn't based on a plan or a future plan. It's just based on the zoning ordinance prohibiting this type of...
Well, but you made a point of mentioning that the aesthetic look and the plan, and there's no plan in place.
Bert, question for you. You mentioned now outdoor storage for materials is not allowed in the M1 district. This is an M1, right? So even if he had gold bars he wanted to store on those outdoor shelves, that's storage of an outdoor material, right?
Correct.
So it's not just that it's junk or just that it's tires or anything like that.
Right.
Could you put the photo back up that shows the rims and stuff against the fence? I just think for clarification, we might have to ask the owner or the applicant here. It looks like even the outside, quote, tire racks just have rims on them, steel rims. I don't see any outside tire storage, but nonetheless, those rims would be a material. I guess my bigger concern would be if we had tires stored outside, even if they were brand new or good ones, tires can hold water. When they hold water, they breed mosquitoes. Then I think we could have a public health issue. And we can get into this in our discussion, but I just wanted to clarify, does it look like there's tires stored out here too, or do we just have rims out here?
On this side, it's just rims. On the west side, there was...
Yeah, because we saw the little pile there, and there is a recycling trailer I saw there from Liberty Tire Recyclers, which hopefully he's getting those in there like daily to get them shifted out. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
My name's Don Crouch. I live at 1957 Arlington. I'm a retired partner with Earl on Earl's Tire Service. If I could put this up.
What's this kind of?
That's the same rack. Those racks will not hold tires.
There's just like what was it? Oh, what's your relation to the business, to the owner?
I'm a retired partner. Owner.
Partner. Okay.
Partner. Okay.
Thank you.
It's a family business. Earl's my boy. So.
Okay.
These racks are designed not to hold tires.
Okay.
As you can see there. And the pile that you've seen up against the fence is because we started to take these down and take them out until we decided to try and see if we could save this, because these are awful important to us. We're primarily in tire and wheel business only. We don't do anything else. We have 3 outlets. We do more than $4 million worth a year of business in this type of a tire and wheel. So we're not junk dealers in used tires. And like I say, the visibility issue, there is the recreational trail. You can't see these from the recreational trail, except if you get down river quite a ways, and then you could barely see the end of them. I've been on this location for 50 years. You can see them from coming up Scott Street, but the recreational trail is not very visible here. The trailers either stop it or you're at a wrong angle. And as far as the plan of this area, I was before the city council last year when they come up with the downtown River Point district along the river here, the new zoning they decided to do. And we were exempt from that. It comes up to Scott Street, but it doesn't go any further. It doesn't come across from us. And at that time, when they exempt us, they commented that they had decided to let this area, this industrial area right here in this immediate area, to go on and develop on its own. They had no plans for it. And as far as this kind of outstored storage, I've got pictures here of almost every business down there that has outdoor storage of this same nature. We all have it. But the point I wanted to make is we do not store tires on these racks. They're strictly a wheel rack type deal.
Questions? Thank you.
Yep.
Is there anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion, go to board decision. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, the applicant made a point about there's a lot of outside storage in that area. Are there other businesses that have been cited?
Sue Donovan, zoning enforcement officer. We are making an effort to, especially tires, because of the health hazard and the storage outside and related to tires, to start to get all of the tire shops to store inside across the city. That's one of our goals after we did the car lots. Now we're starting on another effort to get these cleaned up. We don't, as a zoning enforcement officer, want outside storage of materials in these zoning districts that don't allow it. We want to start cleaning that kind of thing up, make our city look better, start moving stuff in and having businesses do what they're supposed to do. So yes, there are other enforcement actions. As we can get to them, we're getting to them.
Okay. Any other questions, Mel?
I don't necessarily have another question for staff, but could we bring Don back up here? I'd maybe like to ask him one more question.
Sure.
Mr. Crouch. Hey, I also want to say your son presented very nicely last year on behalf of your business, and I thought we had some pretty good agreements there. Perhaps this one just didn't get discussed or hit well enough, but as was noted by Bert from the city, Bert had said while staff's recommended denial here that, you know, if the board wanted to consider a variance to allow you to keep that outside storage, that maybe what if it was fenced off with like an 8-foot fence? Would you be okay with some kind of a solid screening, nicely built fence?
I would, and I'm not. I would if I had to.
Okay, sure.
We've had that metal building. If you fence that in, the police cannot see in there.
Okay, I understand that.
People get in there, they cut the fence, they get in there. They've opened up the side of that metal building and went right through it.
Okay.
So the police should be very hard pressed to see what's going on there. There's 2 back doors there.
Okay. Now, the way they cut into your building, did they climb over your fence that you already had to do that?
They cut through the fence and
Okay.
got between the racks and the fence where they're
Okay.
concealed.
So whether it would be screened opaquely or open chain link, that doesn't seem to deter them anyway, does it?
No, it doesn't defer.
Okay,
It
okay.
just stops people from being able to see.
Gotcha.
You wouldn't
Okay.
be able to watch it.
Okay. Well, that's disappointing all the way around that people are that
Yeah.
egregious.
Yeah, that area at night is sometimes pretty desolate.
Yeah, yeah. When did you start the, I mean, it's not like you might remember this as a red letter date, but when did you begin your outside storage of your wheels or rims here? Or was that just kind of the way a tire business ran and it was never a big deal?
It's been
late 90s. Was it about the time you built this building or this addition here that you started
Right after
with these
that,
racks?
right after
Okay,
that.
okay.
We had to have the setback, the original building come out to the lot line.
Right.
And then the new zoning,
Okay.
we had the setback.
Okay.
So this looked like a good area for this.
Okay. All righty, thank you.
Any other questions for staff then? All right, now we'll close the public portion, go
All
to
right,
board
thank you, Mr.
decision.
Chairman.
It's all right.
Does the staff have pictures of the area, other businesses in the area?
No, not.
What are we looking at here? I thought you had one on the street there or something. There you go.
These two are both the subject.
Yeah. And Bert, Mr. Chair, can I ask Bert another question?
Sure.
Just from a rough perspective, he said the building was built in what, about 99 or so, I think? Is what Mr. Crouch referenced?
This addition was.
Yeah, the addition. Would he have been required to do a site plan at that time?
Yeah.
So if there was to be outside storage, that was either identified or was there a statement on the plan there would not have been any outside storage allowed?
Well, without looking at the site plan, it wouldn't have
Sure.
been permitted then anyway.
Okay, so the M1 requirement for no outside storage, that's been around for a long time.
Right.
Okay. All right, thank you.
That help your decision-making any?
Well, might help meet in the middle.
Well, yeah, that's all right. If we need, we'll ask. Thank you, though. Quiet group here.
I have a great deal of sympathy for anybody that's been in business for 50 years at 303 Scott Street.
Yeah.
If in fact this is an aesthetic question rather than a public health question, Mr. Crouch indicated that you can't see this from the trail, and I don't have any doubt that you probably can't. On the other hand, it's in violation of the light industrial district zoning he's got. And he's known it for more than a year. I'd like to give him some relief that says you can build a fence that an 8-foot fence that's just aesthetically pleasing, to the neighborhood. A slatted 8-foot fence, I don't know.
Right.
But, if that's the objection.
All right.
But if the objection really is we're going to clean up every M1 light industrial district outfit down there, then you got to start someplace.
Yeah. And I can think of a couple I might ask about.
Well, he's trying.
Yes, yes. And I think we should give him credit for that.
Yeah.
It's apparent, though, there has been, it's not like this tire rack has been there since 1962. There was a building addition done recently, done under permit requirements. There would have been a site plan. At least the zoning chapter and rules would have, he He's got to comply with the standards. He's not complying with the standards. It's not necessarily health. It's not necessarily aesthetics. It all plays into that. But it really is, the district does not allow the outside storage. But I think to just entirely throw them under the bus, with the principle of the thing only in mind, I don't know if I want to do that. I'd like to see it screened. And yes, then somebody might get in there and mess around. Well, then that might just encourage him to eventually build a complete addition.
Perhaps, though, he would then have to come back and ask for a exception or a variance in order to move, because I assume the building is built at the setback requirement.
Well, depending on how the staff even kind of hinted at a variance of 5 feet over the maximum allowed 3 foot of height, but there was no discussion about or no reference to any kind of setback issue.
No, I'm saying if you're going to build an addition to the building.
Oh, then, yeah. Okay, all right.
What if we gave a little bit and said move the tires, but
the rims
are okay if you just put a fence in it?
Well, there are no tires outside.
I thought on one side.
Well, on that side, he's got
either got them or they're in the process of cleaning those out.
Right. But we're talking about that.
Tires are going completely?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't understand that.
Yeah. That can be looked at as a health issue right away. This is the variance of 25 feet less than the for the property line adjoining Southeast 4th Street right away. So he actually is in the setback with his fence too, I guess. There's 2 variances here, plus maybe a third one we could give him.
Just to clarify, the open fence can be in the setback.
Okay,
but if you're wanting to put a screen fence, then that's what kicks in a variance.
But then if we put an open fence, it still doesn't.
No, I'm just saying the open fence as
screen.
it exists is not an issue in itself.
Okay.
But if you're looking to put an opaque fence, that would require the variance.
Right. So it could be up to 3 variances with a requirement for an opaque fence. Or just 2 variances if you want to leave it as is. Can I try a motion?
Really,
then?
let's try something.
Okay.
I want to hear something.
I'd like to make a motion to grant him a variance for the provision that prohibits outdoor storage of all materials in the M1 district. Also provide him a variance of contingent on, well, wait a minute. All right. I want to grant him a variance for the provision that prohibits outdoor storage of all materials in the M1 district, and also grant him a variance of 25 feet less than the minimum required 25-foot front yard setback from the property line adjoining the Southeast 4th Street right-of-way, provided that with the granting of a variance of 5 feet over the maximum allowed 3 feet of height for a solid fence within a front yard setback, he will then be allowed construction of an 8-foot tall solid wood fence along the east front property line.
I think I can live with that.
Does that make sense?
It does, but I do think there ought to be a limitation on how large an area he's going to use for outdoor storage.
Can we say the fenced area shall be limited to the current fence perimeter and area already in use, no expansion or additional storage areas or racks may be erected?
I just want that little part covered up.
Like where the fence is now, if we've got a good enough footprint of that. There's a fence there at least, well, he's got it fenced in now, I believe. That's what he's trying to keep the bad guys out. From staff's perspective, is there a 3-sided fence there that comes around and hits the building?
What do we got?
Yeah. Just describe it as no further than obviously the property line on the east and no further south than the existing building.
Okay.
It's essentially.
I'd have to see the picture again to get that in my head.
Well, I mean, if you look at the aerial.
Unless you can deal with it administratively.
Look at the aerial, you can see that the south fence extends off the southeast corner of the building.
Yeah, now I can't see it.
Slide it up a little. Yeah.
I just really have a tough time seeing much of it.
And this is the newer building right here.
And that's the area.
Yeah, the area doesn't extend any further south currently than
This photo kind of shows how the
Does it extend south of the building now, or is that just the perspective and angle we're at?
That's probably, that's parallel
It's
to
even.
the, yeah.
Okay.
That's an awful lot of storage. I mean, they've got a truck back there and
Well, I suppose we'd have to get in and out of there with a vehicle to, or we set him back on the variance for the setback by a few feet. Do you want to amend my motion a little?
No, I think if you just say that the area for storage of materials shall be no greater than the current existing
Area within the
that's being
perimeter of
used.
the fence, okay.
Yeah.
And that opaque fence won't just be slats thrown into this one, right? We would want to see a newly constructed fence? I think I would. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. This will be a newly constructed fence, and no slat work in the existing fence will be allowed.
because it looks like there's barbed wire out there. So will the barbed wire come down?
Is barbed wire allowed in the M1? I hate barbed wire. Going back.
With rims, they're pretty lucrative.
Yeah.
I think
So an opaque fence with a couple strands of barbed wire on top.
I can't believe you're doing that.
A Surrey with a fringe on top.
As long as it's brown barbed wire.
Okay, yeah, yeah. No Constantine wire. Okay.
No razor wire.
Okay,
Right.
that's your motion, Mel?
Yeah, construction of an up to 8-foot tall solid wood fence. Barbed wire will be allowed on the top as long as it's not taller than 8 foot.
How far can you go? 3 foot on barbed wire, 2 foot?
Yeah, do we put a limit?
Wire's counted in the same height of the fence.
So this, but, okay, so
So
the
it's really
fence,
6 plus 2 is usually what you're
Yeah.
wanting.
Okay.
Is that what
Construction of an 8-foot tall fence, at least
looks like?
6 feet of the fence shall be solid wood with up to 2 feet allowable for barbed wire. Or should we make it 6.5 and 18 inches? I'm not sure what a 3-strand, I don't know if that's 2 foot on a 3-strand barb there.
He's got four, he's got 3 strands.
Yeah. I think a fence company will figure out what's logical there.
so how do we want to word it?
Okay. So we give them a variance for the provision that prohibits outdoor storage of materials in the M1.
Mm-hmm.
Also give them a variance of 25 feet less than the minimum required 25-foot front yard setback from the property line on Southeast 4th. So long as,
Why don't we just leave it as an 8-foot tall fence with the top portion being barbed wire?
an 8-foot tall fence of solid wood construction with the top portion being up to 3 strands of barbed
Yeah,
wire.
And that still sounds like 8 foot of wood, though. Is that right?
Yeah.
Let's make it a 8-foot fence,
Okay.
constructed of wood, the top portion.
If you required an 8-foot opaque fence,
Then,
they would still be able to have an open portion up to 10 feet. So,
oh, they would anyway. Well, then maybe he can do that and
so
then have real
the
fun.
barbed wire really doesn't come into the
Okay.
play. The question is, what do you want to screen? The height of the storage of the
Right.
Yeah, height of the
racks,
storage.
or yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
Okay.
8 foot?
Yeah,
They might
construction
be
of an
taller
8-foot
than
tall
that.
solid wood fence. And he has a provision of barbed wire on top of that, as long as it's within the district requirements, right? Okay.
Let's go with that.
Is that good enough? You can turn that into the record.
Second.
Then moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Motion carries 6-0. Okay.
As we can make it.
Item 17. It's a variance at 4104 Southwest 9th.
Mr. Chair, this is a existing commercial building that went vacant, and the appellant is seeking to reoccupy it with a beauty salon. Because it was vacant, then it lost its non-conforming rights to the use of the land for the paved parking that went to the zero lot line here along Southwest 9th Street. The appellant in this photo shows you a little better how that this continuous pavement to the sidewalk area. It's hard to get a good photo from Southwest 9th, so the assessor must have a braver sense than I do. There's about, we think about 25 feet in here. If they met the 5 feet, we believe they'd still be able to achieve about 2 stalls head in from the driveway that comes in from off the north. So that by requiring them to come into conformance with the 5 feet, it would probably cause them to remove 1 parking space that they would currently have on the property. Yet we don't believe that would deprive them of the parking they would need to operate the business, which there's additional parking in the back if you look at the aerial as well. To be able to meet the requirement is 2 spaces per operator. I'm not sure how many operators she intends to have, but this would allow, even with meeting the 5-foot setback, she would be able to have probably about 3 operators, given the amount of area that's left there for parking on the site. I don't think that there's any challenge to whether she needs to meet the requirement. I believe she's just asking to appeal that standard and be able to leave it as it is. There wasn't any compelling argument made as to what the unnecessary hardship test would be to meet the criteria to grant the variance. And again, staff believes that by conforming, the business and the use of the land is still very viable for what she is trying to accomplish. So we're recommending denial.
Mel?
Eric, it sounds like you've given a little bit of review on how these spaces would fit in. Did you also take into account that there'd be a requirement for a handicap space, and would they still be able to do that?
It probably depends on how
they want to move it around.
Have the entrance to the building set up for accessibility.
Okay.
There would still be the opportunity for, let's say that's a double space up front, that could serve as they wouldn't be required more than 1 stall given the number of spaces.
Okay.
It does have, the first stall always has to be van accessible, which means it's got to be wide enough for the a landing outside of the van, basically.
But that's all that would be required for a spot for of this size and this amount of service would be the 1 handicap spot, which would be the van accessible one.
Correct, and I don't know, they may choose to put that in the rear, depending on how they want their accessible entrance set up on the building. They have to still make modifications to make sure the building meets building code. So.
To your knowledge, are there more than 1 business entrance to this? I know there's the one right there on 9th in your photo.
I think there's one on the side.
Okay, and I can ask the applicant that.
Can you point to the area in question?
The setback would be just this, if you see where the green, and you can see where the flare is on the drives. So we would require that this 5-foot of perimeter be landscaped. Right now there's parking paved pretty much in front of the entire building. I know that kind of that opaque shape file is sort of covering that up.
What about the bank next door?
The Maid Right?
Or whatever it is.
It's owned by the bank, it looks like there.
I believe that's been in continuous use. So that might be a little bit different. They did have to come in for a fence issue a number of years back, but this parking here has been as part of continuous use as far as we know.
And then is that Wendy's across the street to the east?
I believe Wendy's is approximately across the street.
Okay.
If not straight, almost straight. Yeah.
And of this frontage we're looking at where the 5-foot green space needs to be, it almost looks like it's green space up to the paving now.
Yeah, you can see on the...
Well, I'm back on the subject property, Eric. It almost looks like there's grass there now, but there's not. That's the sidewalk, and there's just some tree branches. That
you got to really, with these arrows, you got to be careful because the property lines.
Yeah, so there is a hard
match
surface.
up exactly with what's on the photo is
Right.
You know, there's a little bit of margin of error, but this
Right.
is representative to give you a sense. You probably saw better from the photo head on that it's pretty much.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
You know, this is clear out to the street essentially.
Right, okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, does the applicant own this land and building?
I'm sorry?
Is the applicant, do they own the land and building?
Yes.
It shows Sandoval owns it, but the applicant's Martinez. Is that right? Is there a family relationship there?
I believe she's listed secondary on the.
Got it.
On the title. The mailing is going to Juan Sandoval.
Got it.
Is this supposed to be going around too, or is this part of your packet?
Oops. That'll represent what you're getting around.
Any other questions for staff? Thanks, Eric. Applicant, representative the applicant?
Hi, I'm Anita Martinez, and I own that place. And if I take, if I take those 5 feet, I think I'm going to lose the parking, and I'd rather have that parking because I have 2 entrances, one in the front and one in the back, and I like to keep the back closed, and because you never know. And I park in the back, and I leave those 2 for the clients.
Okay.
So.
Well, any questions?
The staff had a discussion about how many operators you could have, like how many, what I would say, how many chairs or people you'd have doing the work there. Would it just be you? You'd be the only operator?
For now.
For now?
Yes.
Okay. But even if you grew, it sounds like the staff is saying you'd still have more than enough parking spaces, but it's just that you'd rather not use the back if you don't have to?
Yes, because, everybody comes to the front, and I don't like to keep both of the doors open.
Okay.
So, because Mayrite, it's empty, and so I'd rather keep my parking.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I'm going to throw one more out, maybe for her benefit. All right. If it was determined that to improve that corridor, comply with what the city does require in the district, and it might even help your business in the future how it looks, if we determined that you needed to have that 5 foot of green space, if you were given a fair amount of time to do that, you just have to saw cut that out, put in some grass. If you were given a fair amount of time to do that, you think you could get it done?
To have to come up with the money, I'm just starting out the business,
Okay.
so
Yep. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff?
I have a question for legal. You indicated to us earlier that, or someone did, that we could give a permit to use a park for 5 years. Okay? That was Bert. You didn't have an opinion on that.
Not on that, yeah. Special permit, yes.
What if we granted him a variance here for 5 years?
Is that the type of variance
That they don't have to change the property. You see, right now, what we're asking him to do is do something affirmative, basically jackhammer up concrete, plant grass, and she's just starting out,
I would rather the variance be granted for less than 5 years. Come back after maybe.
You're going to retire? What? Do you want to see this again?
No. I think it's a question of how long do we want to keep this use going? How long do we want to keep this non-compliance going? And I think 5 years is pretty long. I think 2 years is better. I haven't heard anything that said that it's impossible to give it, but
I know, but the business isn't open yet. It's a single person I mean, I have a great deal of sympathy for people that are just starting out in business.
Eric, do you know any prohibition that is not controlled?
Yeah.
I don't know of anything that prevented. Normally on the temporary variance, there's some association with what conditions might change in that period of time that would then require them to meet the variance. But
Limited to the owner.
Well, does Iowa State Bank comply with the current setback and?
Iowa State Bank?
Yeah, it's right to the north there.
Iowa State Bank might have had that on receivership. That's a made right.
Yeah. Which, by the way, it sounds like if that's closed, then we're going to have an issue there coming up when somebody
Maybe
wants to
I don't know if they're
reoccupy that.
using it, keeping it going under contract or something. I have no intimacy to that situation.
Okay. Ooh. Okay.
But they don't comply. No, they're the same condition. But again, they've probably been in continuous use. I'd have to do the research to determine if that's definite. But what triggers this is when we review this, when she comes in for a new use and a change of use of the building, then we look and see what was the period of time for which it was vacant and whether it lost its non-conforming rights, that type of thing.
Well, again, I mean, I understand what the city eventually is trying to do, but it's kind of like the sidewalk to nowhere where you require somebody to put a sidewalk in and nobody else in the neighborhood has one,
I agree with Tom because the building north doesn't have a grassy strip. It just seems silly it seems like quite a hardship to force her to do this.
The other difference would be a restaurant has a higher standard for parking and to achieve the number of spaces and get the maneuvering. In the placement of the building may be a little more difficult. If this was a restaurant use, then there might be a little more of an argument that, hey, we need every lick of parking we can get. That would be the difference, I suppose, if you're trying to compare them.
Small business owners need a start. I think you give them a couple of years. I mean, if they're still struggling, they can always request an extension.
Are we under board discussion officially? Okay. There is a group of business owners on Southwest 9th. Almost all of them are local owners that are trying to help reinvigorate this corridor. Southwest 9th is kind of at that tipping point. And there's two ways you can look at it. We want to keep businesses in there, but we're not going to get businesses in there if the corridor doesn't look attractive to businesses or customers. So it's kind of that catch-22. I'd like to help bring the corridor up over time. I don't want it to look like it did when, back in 1969 anymore. I'd like to look at something that gets us into compliance. This isn't on two sides of the property. It's not a very wide or long frontage. I don't think you have to be a licensed contractor to cut out 5 feet of concrete and reseed it. I'd like to give her a couple of years to get it done. She can grow the business and keep this in her mind and maybe start thinking about it in year 2. And then if there's something going on, maybe we can come back. We got to keep our city as well as our businesses moving forward for how we look here in the future.
Right. So who's going to throw the motion out?
I think that'd be fine as long as you had the property to the north also do the same thing. So, I mean, if we're expecting her to come back in 2 years, does she have to reapply or come back to?
Well, ideally, the business has grown and she can afford to make the changes to come into compliance.
Right.
But if she's struggling still and it's an economic hardship, I think we could listen to it again.
Yeah. But that's the whole principle in planning and zoning with non-conforming use is that they're non-conforming now, but once the use change ceases, a new use comes in, then slowly everybody gets caught up. But again, you got to start somewhere. So, if we grant everybody a variance to the non-conforming use, then everybody's non-conforming forever and then nothing ever changes. So the made right's next in line. I'm sure the city staff will look at that. If that use discontinues for more than 6 months, they'll be in front of us again. Or they will be here too.
All right, let's put it out.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to grant a temporary variance for up to 2 years to to retain the non-conforming use, but after 2 years, then they would be required to provide the appropriate 5-foot setback of landscaped area.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 4-2. Eric, you want to explain what we just did so she understands?
Well, I'm up next, so
Oh, well,
I can have Bert do it,
okay,
maybe.
that's fine.
Let's have 2 in a row here, finally.
All right. Item 18 is a variance at 6301 Southeast 14th Street.
I'm keeping Mel busy with his area of town.
That sounds like it.
Moving and shaking going down there, Mel.
And it's very confusing, of course, as you read it, I know, as to what's actually being asked and
Okay.
what's actually being appealed here. Essentially, it may be better to try to understand what they're doing. I'll pass around the cards here. This is the Applebee's down near the corner of East Army Post Road and Southeast 14th, although because of their parcel boundary, they don't technically have frontage on Army Post Road, so they don't earn additional signage as a result. Otherwise, they may get more. They may have gotten more sign area. Although I think they want to enjoy the ability to sort of be like one of those type of properties that has a corner. The other thing you should note is that the car side to go parking spot signs that are in question, we are defining as freestanding signs, so that it ends up being 4 freestanding signs under the technical terms of the ordinance. We'll start out with the first thing, which is installation of the 4 freestanding signs. They basically earn 1 freestanding sign. And then for that 1 freestanding sign, they earn 90 square feet of area. And that's based on the width of their frontage along Southeast 14th, which is under 180 feet. This is the freestanding sign that they are proposing. Now, the other thing that comes into play is that they want a reader board component of 45 square feet. So when you total it all up, they want a total of 156 square feet when you add in the 3 additional car side to go signs. Maybe that'll find you. And you can see in that photo how those would appear. And because they have the Applebee's logo, they do become considered signage and are required to be counted as a sign.
Just because of the logo?
Well, I think if they were without the logo, that it could be argued that they would be directional for traffic within the parking lot to know where to park.
Well, you referred to the ordinance, signs freestanding.
Yes.
It doesn't say anything about logos.
Again,
let's see what you're
it's an identification sign when it has the logo, okay?
Let me see what you're saying by the logo. What is the, show me the logo on that sign.
It's an identification sign that identifies the business.
And car side to go is a trade or a copyright
There's a little
or...
bit of a trademark going on here too.
Well,
But
the
let's say it said
has
car side to go in plain letters and parking only. I think we would probably leave that alone, okay?
Yeah.
So, again, why we're
Where does this say this in the ordinance?
if you go to the definition of identification sign, is that in your applicables?
No.
When you go to the 951, 3, it talks about a freestanding sign. And then those can be broken down into either identification signs or advertising signs.
But we don't have that.
Okay, let me see if I can find that. Can you grab that with it?
If this said handicap, is it a freestanding sign?
No. That would be for a directional purpose.
Well, but
because it
doesn't
has
say
the
that.
identification of the business. It becomes a sign that we regulate.
Well, the freestanding sign says, a sign pole means a sign which is supported by one or more uprights or brackets in or upon the ground.
Right. So, yes.
Where does it say it's
yes, you're correct, and that would be a freestanding sign, but it wouldn't be a freestanding identification sign.
But you didn't give us the
I know, I'm
information.
looking that up for you here.
I don't know how we can make a decision without knowing the information.
Then I'll find it for you.
Identification signs are what is regulated.
Correct.
If they had a sign post on every parking spot that said 1, 2, 3, 4 for each parking spot, or doctor parking only, or whatever, we don't regulate those.
Right.
We regulate identification signs that have an identifiable logo or phrase, or even artwork of Kentucky Fried Chicken that relates to their business. Were you on the board when we had that one, Bruce?
Well, if it says mayor out here, parking, is that identification?
No.
No, because
Why
it's
not?
public.
Not under the ordinance.
There's a number of things that are exempted because of their specific nature. One of them would be the directional. So let's say the
inter-exit.
The identification.
Mm-hmm.
So if it has the name or numerical address or crest or insignia, we call that an identification sign.
Mm-hmm.
We would call that a type 1. If it was type 2, it might include additional information, including the name of the building or a trademark like Coca-Cola or something that they sell on premises.
So when McDonald's has inter-exit with a golden arch, you count that as an identification sign toward numbers and square footage allowable.
Yes.
If they just had inter-exit with no golden arch, it's not regulated.
Correct. So, and I apologize if that wasn't added into the total equation there.
It still maintains the intent of the business.
These
so it's regulated.
3 signs, because of this Applebee's, and it could be argued that their trademark Carside to Go, which they probably would argue is their trademark.
Well, it's listed right on the sign there. I think they have a little TM behind the letter O.
That's a trade item that identifies them or an insignia.
Mm-hmm.
We call that a freestanding identification sign that's regulated. They earn 1. They're asking for the main one and then these 3. So does everybody understand what's being asked for in freestanding signs?
Mm-hmm.
Then we go to the other type, they earn type D signs because it's in a C2 district, although none of the signs that they're proposing are type D except for the electronic display component.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to go around the building here, starting with the west facade. Again, they earn 2 of these signs based on their building frontage facing Southeast 14th. Because of the width of that, they get 2. They're asking for 10, and we're saying a number of these that are awnings because they have the trade symbol on them as well.
Oh.
So let's see, I believe this is the... Trying the west facade here first.
So could they keep those awnings, Eric, if they did, if it didn't say Applebee's, if they were just awnings?
Yeah, the awnings, we wouldn't...
Yeah.
But because there's an apple on the awning, you count that as signage
branding,
now.
yeah.
Right, kind of like the rooster on the KFC
Right.
sign. Okay.
Try to
On
find
the
this
artwork.
slide here. Okay. This is the old, you can see the old, with their old branding with the, it's red, green, and cream striping.
Yep.
And they're now going to this, where they will have one identification sign here, and 3 awnings.
What's on the awning?
There's an apple here, and then you can see it's this
shadow?
colored up one, and then the other one is the apple in more of a
Shadow form or
kind of a monochrome, but it's a little different. There's a contrast.
Does it say Applebee's?
No, but it's their symbol of their trade insignia. This is this is the south side.
Mm-hmm.
So they're adding 3 more of these awnings to the south. The east side, which is kind of facing the back, they're only going to add 1, which before they just had the striped awning. This does not have the symbol on it. So.
Okay.
And then this is the north side, and they're having 2 with the car side to go, and then 1 that says neighborhood grill and bar right here.
Okay.
So there's 3 total on the north side. Again, they earn 2, and then of course the total area of all those goes to be 242.26 square feet over the 194. Now, we understand that they need to have a primary freestanding sign to kind of identify them to the corridor, and then they've got 3 real exposures on the to the business. So we would agree to an exception that would allow them signage on each of those 3 exposures to East 14th, both the north, the west, and the south. So we would be agreeable to an exception. We believe there's a practical difficulty due to their proximity to that intersection being almost a corner lot.
Mm-hmm.
For all practical purposes, they are a corner, but not. But we can't see the argument for the awnings. And in addition, the overall area for the freestanding sign goes into the variance category. I think we would only be able to support the exception level of appeal. And also, we would also want to ensure that that electronic component would be limited down to no greater than the 24 square feet in area. So we're not totally saying this shouldn't happen, but everything that's going on here, we don't believe can be demonstrated under the variance criteria. So we think that this could be a viable business with some of the branding that they want to change to, but their entire branding package is a little overwhelming in terms of its approach. So again, we're recommending the exception on the freestanding sign area to allow it to go 45 square feet over the 90 that they would be allowed, so that they could have that 1 pole sign over the 135 square feet area that it earns, which is a mixture of both internally illuminated and the reader board. We want the exception of 1 sign over the maximum 2 that are mounted on the building, and an exception of that area total as well to limit it to 97 square feet over the max 194 for a total of 291 square feet of area. Then we want this all to be subject to meeting licensed sign contractors with permits, and that the electronic display component of the freestanding sign be limited down to a 24 square foot area.
So how many signs do they get under your recommendation?
How many signs do they get?
This is confusing.
They get they normally would earn 1 freestanding and 2 signs on the building.
Okay.
Based on the size of their building, frontage facing East 14th, and the width of their lot facing East 14th Street.
Do you know if Applebee's is planning to do this at their other locations or just at this location?
That would be a question for the
Right.
And this seems like a lot of signage.
What?
Is this allowed anywhere else in the state?
Well,
I don't know.
If you,
just
I don't know
seems-
if they would be seen, I don't know if their branding would be seen as signage in other communities like we do.
So Eric, one question for you then. Those 3 little car side to go signs, to try to keep this as simple as I
You
can,
consolidate that to one.
are you saying you would think those are okay, or you want those?
That function could be achieved with a generic directional type sign and not have to brand it.
Well, but you got to remember, most people don't act as logically as we think they should.
I'm not saying that they don't want it. I'm just saying
I mean, as far as customers, as far as where people park or where people don't.
the whole idea of branding is that the customers identify to that symbol everywhere they see it. So there's no mystery to why they want to do this and why it's more effective if they do it.
Okay.
The question is whether, the board sees that as something that's really an impact in terms of signage versus not. Okay.
But if it just said car side parking only.
Directional.
Yeah. Okay.
And if they,
In fact, it might be less inviting. I don't know.
if they put it on an apple-shaped sign, would that be okay?
I don't know.
No.
What do you think about that, Mr. Logan?
No. Any other questions for staff? Thanks, Eric. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
And we did get the one card shown on there.
Joe Phillips, Eagle Sign Company, 5130 Park Avenue in Des Moines. To your question, Cindy, yes, this is a national rebranding program for Applebee's. They're re-imaging all their stores across the country. So this re-imaging of their brand is very important to Applebee's. So that's, to answer your question, are they doing, is this allowed in other communities? We just got applications, permits to do it for the Applebee's in Ames.
Oh, Ames.
But their code is a little different than Des Moines.
Did it allow you to do what you want to do here?
Everything we're doing here, yeah. It's identical. Really, what I see here is the apples on the awnings qualifies as signage now, so that goes against their signage
Here
allotment.
Right.
And the freestanding signs, I think there's some confusion on the freestanding sign, the pole sign out along Southeast 14. This is what they currently have. And you can see they've got this manual reader board here. That's existing. And the only thing we're going to do to that is paint the frame and put a new face across here. We're not putting in a electronic message board there.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a mistake. I don't know how that got in the application because
So they'll still get up there and change it by hand?
Yeah. Well,
okay. Or, well, yeah, right.
Yes.
But it's still a manual.
Yes, no, that's correct.
Okay.
So this is what they currently have, and what we're proposing to do is just put a new face across here, paint the cabinet, remove this head, and put on a new head, which is shown here. So this will be new. This new cabinet is an inch taller and 12 inches wider than what currently exists. This already exists. We're just going to modify it a little bit, spruce it up.
Okay.
As far as the other freestanding directionals, the car sides, this is currently what they have. And as you can see, it says car side to go, but it doesn't have their Applebee, their Apple, and their name, their logo, basically. So that's the only difference between what they have now and what they're asking for. Same size. Same size, just swap them out. Just that these will have their name on it. And then I think the other thing that I'd like to address that's probably a big part of the variance is the apples on the awnings. Because under the Des Moines Code, that counts as signage.
Right.
Where currently, the awnings they have now, as you can see, they're just a patterned awning with nothing on them. So, but the new awnings with the apples, that's part of their their new reimaging of the brand, and they're rolling it out nationally, and they're really trying to get it so they're consistent across the country at all their stores. So that's why I'm here today, asking for the variance on their behalf. That stuff. But
Do the awnings say Applebee's?
No,
They're art.
just
Well.
art. It's just apples and kind of a silhouette of apples.
They're just art.
They're just art.
This is.
Remember?
Just awnings replacing awnings.
You don't understand.
Yeah.
Tom, you're not an art critic.
It's in the eye of the beholder.
yeah, I think you'll see this. I've heard KFC brought up, and you're going to see it McDonald's, Burger King. As they reimage their stores after 6-7 years, they come out with this new stuff to keep it fresh,
Right.
to keep the neighborhood alive.
Right.
So.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay.
Is there anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion and go to board decision.
I drink a lot of beer at this location.
So I take it you don't need the branding.
You want to be able to find the place? Is that what you're saying?
I go here a lot for very nice things. Lots of South Side discussions happen here. This business is an anchor for that whole corner, and it looks really nice. I use car side to go. You can't see the signs from the street. That's all internal traffic there. I'm going to go way out on a limb here, which is rare for me. I'd like to grant them all the variances that they would like with this. It's a nice plan. You can see how the store looks now, how it will look. We usually don't get such nice images. Here it is now. Here's what it will look like. And I don't want to throw staff under the bus on this one, but I like what I see here. I think it's a sharper thing. I think we would be infringing on them and their general method of business if we start getting into differentiating too much on the Apple thing. If we had letters and, just like on that noodle thing, if it said noodle or whatever 9 times on the building, I'd be a little uptight about that. But the awnings will actually look better. It won't confuse them with, TGI Fridays or something.
Right.
So I like what I see here, and I think they've presented a good case for granting the variance.
They're going to change your mind when they come to us about Merle Hay then, right?
No, same deal.
Could the compromise be, though, why do they have to make that the sign out front bigger? I mean, they're making it bigger, they're making it wider.
I don't think they're making it bigger because they want it bigger on Southeast 14th. I'm assuming that sign coming out of that factory, wherever it's made, or unless you guys fabricate it. Yeah, it's a standard thing coming out, just like Exxon and Amoco used to have a standard size. It goes to the sign contractor on a truck.
They've ordered 1,000 of them, probably.
Yeah, they're, if they were sitting here playing around with their own mortar and concrete building a monument sign, I might say, well, yeah, let's tweak it a little. But, this corner down here is getting changed around, hopefully, with what's going on at Southridge. But just across the street, Carlos O'Kelly's closed recently. And I'm sure Applebee's is fine with that. But
is that because you didn't patronize?
That probably has something to do with it. It was a fine restaurant as well. But
You got a motion?
yes, my motion is I recommend approval of the variances as requested.
I'll second.
Then moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Art critics have spoken.
I'm afraid we are correct there. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 5-1. Didn't think I'd be voting for a ton of this stuff. But. Item 19 is a conditional use permit at 2335 Hickman Road, and we have a little packet on that as well.
Ooh. Okay.
Item number 19 is a request for a conditional use permit for 2335 Hickman Road, and it would allow for expansion of a legally permitted tavern. We would allow the tavern to expand to have a patio out front that would measure 6 feet by 56 feet. The subject property is located on the north side of Hickman Road at 24th Street. It's located just across from the Bike World Warehouse. There's an apartment complex directly across Hickman Road with about 203 apartments. It's next door to a car wash property that kind of wraps around the subject property. And then there's more apartments and housing to the north. And the Freedom for Youth Ministries campus, which the zoning ordinance looks at as a church use, that's located 208 feet to the east. The zoning requires at least 150 feet of separation from a church use, so it technically does meet the separation requirement from that church use. This is just a sketch of what they're proposing. The 6-foot wide patio that would go the length of the 56-foot wide building. This is just another sketch of that. And then this shows the rail, which would be 45 inches that would go around the perimeter of the patio. This is the business as it appears today. 24th Street's right here. Hickman Road is just to the right. You can see the car wash adjacent to the east. This is looking at it from the north. So this is the tavern building, and then you can see the apartment complex across Hickman Road to the south. And then this is taken just a little bit further north. Again, this is the back of that building with the apartment building there. Show the relationship to the residential. And the consent map, here are the cards. You got the card from Freedom for Youth in opposition, and the card from the applicant, the property owner in support. And then there's an email there from the Hickman Martin Neighborhood Association that this area is within. So, and that the neighborhood is concerned about it and recommending or asking for a denial. Just given the proximity to this Freedom for Youth campus and all these apartments, there is a lot of pedestrian traffic in the area, a lot of kids walking to after-school programs at this site. So we felt that expanding the existing tavern, and again, the tavern is existing, it's in a permitted use. It's just any expansion of that permitted use requires the conditional use permit. But again, we don't feel that expanding that tavern to include an outdoor patio or seating area is appropriate, just given the pedestrian traffic in the area. I did put the police reports for this property in the 500-foot radius in front of you. There's nothing in there that really jumps out as having an abnormal amount of police activity for a tavern. And then I also put the police reports from the operator's previous business there as well for you to consider. So again,
Bert, just the previous business at the location, or the operator's previous business somewhere else?
Business, it was on East 14th Street, the former Courtside Barn, Sports Bar and Grill.
Okay. Okay, so a different location.
Right, the operator.
Right, but same operator as will operate here.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Is this a new?
I'll let the applicant explain if it's a new business or.
It's been an existing tavern for a long time.
And it was a 7-Eleven back in the day, wasn't it?
Exactly.
Got it. Okay. Yes.
You recognize the structure, huh?
Yeah, well, I got cherry squishies there. You know.
Go ahead, picture back up again, Bert, of the front, if I could. Picture of the front of the building. They're just asking for 6 feet, right? They're not going out very far. And will the awning cover that?
It wouldn't quite cover it. It would maybe cover about half of it.
And it's not wrapping around?
No.
And it's not infringing on any more parking?
No. No, but just, we just felt that, bringing more patrons outside is probably not appropriate just for the, impact it could have on kids walking by or the noise that it could generate for the residential and the surrounding area. So really, we've recommended denial on that basis. Like I said, the police reports for this property don't really show any significant issues. But.
Okay. And Bert, there is a sidewalk right in front of this place on the same side of the street. Is this where your pedestrian conflict?
Yeah.
It's just hard to see there, but there is a sidewalk there, right? Okay.
But how long has the current tavern been in existence in this location?
I don't know about that. I know it's been at least 15 years, if not longer.
Are you saying this operator that wants to do this, or the tavern as a whole?
I know
I think the
previously.
tavern as a whole has
like
been there,
Mommy's
like
Pub.
Bird's. I thought it's been.
She's asking both, though. How long's the appellant been operating here?
I believe she's just.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, yeah, we can get you that. Was there any thoughts about maybe putting the patio out back? And if they did, would that change your view?
Probably not, just because there's also residential right there.
But you're off the main drag then.
How about on the west side of the building then? Would that eliminate your objections then?
I don't think it would eliminate them.
Soften them?
I think there's still, as you saw from the neighborhood association's email, there's quite a bit of pedestrian traffic, both along Hickman and coming down 24th Street. If you put it right along the west side of the building, that would be right up to the sidewalks. There's not a, you can see from the photo, there's maybe 15 or 20 feet between the sidewalk and the building. So I don't think we would, and that looks like it would block their dumpster.
Isn't it still the rule that you can't, they don't allow smoking inside the building? And so any of the patrons that want to smoke then will have to go out to their car to smoke? Is that the idea? Is that what you're trying to encourage here?
Well, they would be able to even go stand out right outside the entrance. They wouldn't have to necessarily go to their car.
Or on the public sidewalk?
Yeah.
Ah.
We just felt that, having the outdoor seating would just encourage more congregation of people. We realize that there's going to be smokers no matter what, but adding seating adds a whole new element.
They don't serve food here, do they? If they serve food, would that change anything? Because then it wouldn't be a conditional use, would it?
Well,
Well, no, you can't.
Well,
smoke
if they
anything.
serve alcohol outside, it's an expansion. It'd still cover us.
Right. If they had more than 50% food sales, it would be considered a restaurant, which would be allowed to have a patio outside.
Okay.
There wouldn't be smoking permitted on the patio for a restaurant.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Thanks, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Hi, my name is Julie White. I live at 201 3rd Street, West Des Moines, Iowa. This is what I'm proposing actually to, this right here in front of the building is a concreted slab. So all I would like to do, this picture right down here is Ebenezer's. It's, I think, new to the area. They've redone it recently here, and it just kind of gives you a depiction of exactly what I'm trying to do along
They get permission from us?
the concrete right here. And really, the main reason that I'm looking to do this is exactly what you said, is the smokers. I would like to contain the smokers instead of them walking out into the parking lot, walking to the sides of the building, walking even around the building, kind of congregating. I'd like to have an area of containment for them. So that's my main purpose of doing this. The apartment building back behind here, there is about an 8,600 square foot lot that separates the apartment building from this building. And then, of course, the building across the street, Hickman, a busy street, separates that as well. Youth Ministries is 208 feet, I think, well within the regulations. And just a couple things to note for that, too, is that we don't open our business until 3. So, children in the morning, it isn't affected. And our population is more of an older crowd. First of all, we have implemented where you have to be 25 years of age to enter our establishment. But then it is more of an older population even than that. So, to answer your question, we took over December 20th. Tommy Tyler had this building for approximately 13, 14 years and decided to retire. So we bought the business and signed the lease with the Wayne Russell on December 20th. So we've had it for about four months.
And what is your experience in the bar business?
I have managed several different places. I've managed actually Embassy Suites, Doozies, way back in the day, and Okoboji Bar and Grill. Then I also managed Junction 122 in West Des Moines for about 3.5 years, and then moved over to Courtside and built Courtside from ground up in 2007 and had that for about 4 years until we just recently sold it here just a couple months ago.
And is Courtside the bar that had some issues?
Yes, it did.
I think we had maybe a murder there.
Yes, October of 2011.
Was it you and your husband that owned that?
Correct.
Okay, so
Yes.
that's gone now.
That's
And
gone.
now
We
you wanna move over.
Right. Well, we've sold the business. It's actually in closing process. The patron was sitting on our patio, Marion Harris, and an assailant walked down the alley, was never on our property, and shot him on the patio. So
Did the city pull that liquor license?
they did, and then gave it back to us shortly after.
Okay. So you and your husband are the operators here now then?
Correct.
Okay, and you have your license in your name here now from the city of Des Moines?
Correct.
Okay.
As of December 20th, 2011.
And I do want to clarify, when you said you want an area for smokers like Ebenezer's has, I kind of get that. But will you be serving out there as well then? Are you going to serve alcohol out
We're
there
not going
too?
to actually serve out there, but
They can take
with
it
the
out.
intention of they would be able to walk out with their drink, have their cigarette. And the reason that we do that is because then you also run into having people leave their drinks on the table. It just, causes, I'd rather have them be able to walk out to the little patio
Sure, I kind of understand what
with
you're
it.
saying. Do you feel you'd have any concern with people who aren't patrons already in the bar showing up and hanging out on your deck?
They would not be allowed because we also have security staff.
Okay.
So we have an actual armed guard
Okay.
there at the door, and we have security staff that also is standing right there. So they would not actually be allowed in the premise because he checks IDs, the security guard, and they would not be allowed on the patio or anything unless they are 25 years of age and in the establishment.
And is this what your facade looks like now, kind of the white gray there, very plain?
Yes.
Are you looking at making any improvements to that?
We
or-
are. In
Okay.
fact, we just got done improving the inside, new carpet, paint, furniture, everything, and then this is part of our plan for the outside is to make it
Okay.
more,
Kind of inviting.
It looks more appealing.
Yes.
Maybe
with
put an
this.
apple out there?
Well, I was going to say if they have a slight symbol of a beer mug or something as art, you know.
And we would like to also paint the outside as
Okay.
well to make it look more appealing.
I just want to look at the crime report. You've been open now since
December 20th, 2011.
December 20th.
The only thing that we have on our report that, since we've taken over, is there's a 4th-degree theft, I believe, and that is when a patron lost her keys and called the police, and then they report it in such a manner as that.
No other calls?
No.
Right.
Since December?
Census, yeah.
And if
I don't know what the prior had
And,
before.
you've been around the metro a while. You've probably heard how other bars operate. I think way back, maybe 5-6 years ago, there were maybe a few issues even at this location.
Yes,
Is
there
that
was.
right?
There was.
Okay.
Tommy Tyler had his own issues at this location
Right,
as
okay.
well. That's why we have put in the safeguards of armed guard,
Okay.
security staff. That's why we decided to go 25 and up, kind of get rid of that little 21 to
Yeah.
25-year-old riffraff
Yeah.
that can happen. And so we've tried to implement those
Okay.
right away.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, let's talk about music. Are you going to put music on the patio?
No. It's a very small area too. It's just designed for people to walk out. And we probably would not even put tables and chairs as this, maybe one or two, but it would more be maybe more standing area or maybe a smaller bar table that you just set your cocktail on, because it's not intended for a long-term sit-down hangout spot. It's more intended just to contain the smokers.
Is that area lit up at night?
Yes.
Okay.
Underneath the awning right here is a string of the overhead lighting.
Like fluorescent style or more canisters?
Yes.
Okay.
Fluorescent.
And are you going to heat it during the winter?
I guess I didn't think of that. Not during the whole winter, but maybe.
Tom likes to have it heated when he's out there.
All heaters right underneath.
Probably not. We'll make them fend for themselves.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion and go to board decision.
I'm going to move staff recommendations.
I'm not going to support that. The reason is that in the bar business, although only 20% of the people in the country smoke now, in the bar business it's more than that. And the reason is because one of the natural incentives to smoking is either drinking coffee or drinking alcoholic beverages. And that's why you see, so many people that are smoking are either drinking coffee or they're drinking alcoholic beverages. I don't think it's fair to the owners that we not allow them to have a space where people can smoke. Maybe that's just me being old-fashioned, but I mean that's.
But that's really a legislature that did that, just like they, now we can have liquor stores on every corner.
And you can pay for health insurance even though you don't want it.
Right.
I guess I would just like to have more of a history. I think it's too close, just like the city staff says, it's right by the apartments, there's a lot of foot traffic, there's a lot of kids. I just don't think that this is an appropriate place to have this at this time. Let's get a little farther into this, maybe if they show that, there's not any trouble, but I just don't think it's a good location to have a patio where you are so close to so many kids and apartments, and it's just going to bring the kids down there.
Well, I'm kind of agreeing with Tom because people are out there anyway.
Just look at the picture.
Yeah.
Look at the chairs. They're out there.
We're not going to be inhibiting anybody. We're going to dress the place up. What I also like is the fact that they've got their own security. And if they hold true to that, we're probably going to continue next month and next month after that, see reports like this where only one thing really comes up.
Right.
And that's kind of a tough neighborhood anyway. Across the streets of Royal Oaks Apartments, and boy, that's a tough area to be in, let me tell you. So,
But they're working on it. They're trying to make it better.
That's right.
Yeah.
So all I'm seeing here is that we're taking an existing situation and dressing it up, making it a little bit more presentable. We're not going to get the people out of there. That's not going to happen. But I like their idea of retaining them in, not have them wandering around the parking lot, dressing the place up, painting it, doing a lot of other things. To me, that's all positive. So I think I'm going to support it.
There was no second, was
Well, Mr. Chairman, we'll see if we can get something here.
Yeah, you started out so well, Mel.
Yeah, staff's presentation, I understand the larger concerns, but if we look at how this site does lay out, it does sit back from the street quite a bit. We approved one of these patios on East 14th between Hull and Euclid a couple years ago. I was a little concerned that was like right up by the sidewalk. This sits way back. And these people are already, you got room for three. Shoot, isn't that a person sitting in the one right now? You've got people who are going to be out there.
He's waiting for them to open.
Yeah. It doesn't sound like what Julie's proposing is a big service area and have a big party out there. It would be kind of keep everybody corralled, make it look a little more attractive. I don't want to throw baby out with the bathwater on this one. If this could improve this a little, the idea with a conditional use permit, we can keep an eye on it. If there's a problem, we can yank it. And then all the money that she spent for that improvement, she has to take the railing down, or people have to stay inside, or whatever. It's up to her. And listening to her resume, she's got a pretty good one. And maybe there was a bad location before. I think, we all learn as we go. It sounds like she's been trying to run this place the way you should. So, to not put the pressure on the chair, I'll throw out here to allow the conditional use for the expansion of...
There's already a motion on the floor.
there is?
Who's got it?
Didn't get a second.
I'm sorry. I just said
I'm sorry. I'm going the wrong way.
And the question
Okay,
is
so
whether the
waiting for a
chair
second.
is ruling that
will-
it dies for lack of a second.
Do I hear a second then on Linda's motion to accept staff recommendations? Hearing none, that motion dies. Thank you, Tom. I'll
Yes.
entertain a second motion.
Okay. While not trying to prematurely kill Linda's motion, I'd make a motion for approval of the conditional use permit for expansion of the existing tavern to include a 6-foot by 56-foot square foot outdoor patio to the south front of the building, so long as it's in compliance with conditions of any conditional use permit as stated in the ordinance.
Okay. Do you have something, Eric, or just...
Well, I think if you're inclined to grant this, you might consider the after-school program in terms of the hours of operation, perhaps. And then also the auditory music issue.
No amplified. I'd like to say no amplified music. I'm not sure I'm worried about the hours. It sits far back from the road. There's already people that sit out there now.
That's the thing that...
But the after-school center sits back too, and they might actually walk through this parking lot. I don't know.
Well, then maybe they need to stay on the public sidewalk.
I see where you're going, Eric, but they're already out there.
I'm just pointing it out. That was one of the main...
Right. Or maybe Julia put up a fence to guide them.
One of the neighbors to this made that their main concern.
Okay. Well,
can we see the little the aerial there with the lot lines real quick? Since you brought this up.
Right. And
I still see there's a car wash that's in between.
The youth center is being built back in this area, so the access to that is actually going to come off of this car wash.
And we're 200 feet away. I would say youth in the car wash would hassle people more than some patrons sitting on the patio smoking a cigarette at the bar.
Given the fact that we didn't put any suggested conditions because we recommended denial, I just wanted to have
okay. Thanks, Eric.
interjection there.
Okay.
Well, unless you'd like Julie to put a fence on the east side of the property for the first 20 feet south of the building or something,
Like,
just see how it goes.
You have a motion there that says that grant...
My motion stands as it was.
And no auditory.
And no auditory music.
Okay. I'll second that. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 5-1. Item 20 is a variance, 1500 East 29th.
Number 20 is a request for a variance to expand a non-conforming use. The subject property currently, it's zoned R160 single-family residential, but it has 2 houses on it, which the R160 single-family residential district only permits 1 house per parcel. So it's a legal non-conforming use in that it has 2 houses on 1 parcel. So in order to expand one of the houses with an addition on the back of it, they need to get a variance of the provision that says you can't expand a legal non-conforming use. The subject property is located at the corner of Indianapolis Avenue and East 29th Street. One house is oriented towards East 29th Street. The other is oriented towards Indianapolis Avenue. This is just a sketch of the site. Here's the house that faces East 29th. This is the house that faces Indianapolis. They're proposing an addition 20-foot wide on the back of the house that would just be an extension of the house. This is the house as it appears today that they would be expanding. And then this is just the back side of the other house. You zoom out. And it's just another picture of the existing house. And then here, this photo here shows both, the one facing East 29th, the one along Indianapolis. Right. We got several cards back, all in support of the request.
It looks like as originally platted, this was 2 lots, entitling the owner of the 2 lots to build 2 houses. Is that correct?
This is actually 2 lots the other direction, facing East 29.
Yeah. If you look at this on the assessor's page, you can see the original platted lots beneath the current parcel boundaries. So you're right, it looked like it was originally platted as like 2.5 lots that were oriented towards East 29th Street, but they've been combined over time, and 2 houses on them.
2 different owners?
No, it's one owner. So in this instance, staff doesn't, we feel that there's a chance to make these conforming uses. We feel that it's a large enough property, it's about 125 feet in this dimension, so we felt it would be reasonable to put a new property line down the middle of this, so each of the dwellings would be on their own properties, and that would allow them to have 2 legally conforming lots. They would just need an exception of 1,687 square feet less than the required 7,500 square feet of lot area to do that. So we've recommended denial of the variance to allow expansion, but approval of an amended appeal that would allow them to split the lot. And in talking with the applicant, they're not really in favor of splitting the lot. They would, I can let them explain it, but they prefer to keep it as one parcel for their own.
Well, seeing Mr. Etzel here in the back seat, let me ask a couple questions. Do they share the same sewer line? Do they share the same water line?
Well, that was a question that was raised. We'd have to look at that in the planning process.
Yeah, this kind of scares me to force the issue right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for staff?
I just don't see how we can do anything. I mean, if they're all on one sewer or one water.
Yeah. If you were to go with staff's recommendation, which would require it to be split, they would have to have a plat of survey done to divide the lots, and at that time they would have to separate out the utilities. Yeah, so you might have to add a sewer.
About 10 grand.
Add an electric. So.
Now, as I recall, don't we have lots on, I think it's 44th Street, north of Forest, where they were built with a house on the front parcel, and then they have a little granny house in the rear, kind of?
Yeah, those are similar situations to this, where they originally built a garage, or I guess a house in the back that was intended, to be like a storage shed later, before they built the main house at the front of the lot.
Well, no, these were
one next to Eric's house.
built as houses.
There's both situations where there was sort of a granny flat.
Yeah. Okay. Grannies?
That was what they were kind of colloquialism that was used for that.
Any other questions for staff? Thanks, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Hello, my name is Ron Simmons. My address is 5780 Southeast 6th. I'm here for Karen Fowler. This is her, it's actually my aunt. And this is her house and her other house. And I guess if I can show you the pictures. Well, you've already basically seen the pictures. This is the existing house right now. It needs some serious.
It has to be on the.
Okay, it needs some serious help. And what, basically, it does has its own utilities, its own water, its own sewer, we know for a fact, so that wouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
Utilities and stuff, and she just wanted to upgrade it, get it looking like this, like her house, which you guys have already pulled up the pictures on that one. Trying to make it look a lot nicer, you know. And that's where we're at.
Question. It looks like no one lives in there now?
Yes, her daughter lives there.
Oh, okay. And then, so she wants to upgrade it, and her daughter's going to continue
Yes, her daughter's going to continue living there.
I get it.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? About any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion and go to board decision.
I'm in favor of a variance to allow the expansion of the legal nonconforming use. I think the idea of splitting the lot should be up to the owner. He can always come back to us and ask petition for that. Right now,
and it's the same family right now.
It's the same family, and you don't have to have any housing inspections in order to rent this place to a relative. I mean, it's on the same parcel. So I would move the applicant's petition for a variance.
Okay. Been moved and seconded. Wow. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Motion carries 6-0. You did a good presentation.
Thanks for waiting.
Come again next month. We'll have more.
Need entertainment.
No admission. We're the best show on TV, folks. Item 21 is a special permit at 1130 County Line Road.
This situation is, this property was annexed in 2009. During that time frame, I think it was going through a default situation, and this is on a was acquired on a repossession. I don't know what the best terminology. The realtor maybe can answer that better.
Your mic's on.
Previously, when it was in Warren County, it had allowance for a home business for a repair garage previously. So you do need to know that it has had a history of that, but then it ceased, and then it also came into the city, which there wouldn't be that allowance as a matter of right. So this is kind of one of those bird's eye views looking from the south. This is County Line Road up here. This is the garage in question. There's a primary driveway that goes to the house on the property here that comes in on the eastern part of the parcel, and then there's a separate driveway that comes back to this area where the appellant is proposing the business. And this is more of a straight plan view up. So let's see here. You have, this is the drive coming in to the area where the business would be located, and a separate entrance to the residential dwelling over here. Looks like they had a trampoline at that time. This is a shot looking to the south from County Line Road, down that drive entrance that goes back to the area where the repair would occur. And this is getting a little closer in to see how the building is set up. And the view from the house at the building.
Nice building.
And then sort of give you a sense of how proximate it is to the deck in the house, to the building. And then this is the area to the south of the repair garage along the neighbors that abut to the south. And that's also a rear yard. So if you go back to this original aerial, you can see that this backs up to the rear yards of this these homes that are on the cul-de-sac. In staff's look at this, we're just generally concerned about a repair business activity in a residential period. I think, operators can do things to limit that. I had some discussions with some of the neighbors, and they said that the previous person that owned it before that had the business, there were times when it seemed like a junkyard. And I don't know if that was because there's a number of vehicles awaiting to be repaired.
Do you have a consent map?
I do. I'll show you that. You're trying to match up the cards, sorry. So just the basic activities that come along with general motor vehicle repairs by their nature seem to conflict with nearby residential property. Now, there may be some folks here used to it because it did exist as that previously. Under the criteria that we have in our ordinance, I just don't believe we can definitively say that those protections are provided here. So we as staff are recommending denial of the request. And then in addition, if they do grant it, there is standards that would say only half of it can be used and that there should be no outdoor storage. If the appellant wants to seek use of the entire building, they would need to request a variance for that provision. And so if there's some growth over time where they want to expand into the whole thing, the difference there too triggers building code provisions. When it's part of a residential garage, it's looked at still as a residential garage, whereas when it has a business, then and the entire thing is used for business, then they would look at the area of the building, and a number of things might come into play in terms of the commercial buildings require a more definitive frost footing, and that may have that. I'm just wanting to point out that if the entire thing gets converted to this use, there may be building code things that also come into play that might require some additional investment for the applicant.
Have you been on the property?
Yes.
Have you looked inside the garage?
No.
So you don't know if there's a lift there or not?
No, I don't.
Okay. Could you show us a picture of the garage again?
The dormer might indicate that there is.
That was what I was thinking. Yeah.
So I would assume that, that might be the bay that they're looking to use, or.
And, I guess I wouldn't get too excited about this, except I wouldn't want him doing oil changes on the property.
I'm not arguing whether it's set up for this or not. I'm not sure what code enforcement for building code that Warren County had when this was built. So if it is allowed, there still would need to be a look at how this fits into the building code as well. And it may be just fine. We would have to make sure that occurred if it was granted, though.
And Eric, did you take these pictures, or are these the applicants?
These are the applicants' pictures here.
When you were out, I don't see anything outside, but I see some of the cards indicate, that there's some noise and there's some things.
Yeah, when I was there was nothing going on.
Okay.
So
the use is not occurring now, but at one time there was a use by others?
Yeah, it wasn't when I was there. There were certainly discussions with neighbors that the previous user that owned the house before it went into repossession.
Do you have the county records so we can see when this person bought it?
I have the county.
So they would be aware that it was zoned residential and that they couldn't have a business on there.
The record shows what the zoning is in Des Moines, which is A1 currently.
So it's agricultural is what we're looking at here.
The what?
Lots of crops.
It's agricultural. When it comes into the city on an annex, it's agricultural. So this is agricultural property here.
Yeah, A1.
Right. So, we're looking at it as if it was on a farm. And if a farmer...
When it's brought into the city, it's brought in as A1.
Right.
Unless there's a reason to read.
How long ago was it brought into the city, roughly?
2009.
Okay, so that was almost 3 years ago. How come you guys haven't done a rezoning for all this?
Well, we haven't rezoned a number of areas that.
Okay.
But they bought this
Not to
in-
pick on you, but.
No, and I'm not sure what the strategy.
You know, since there is some density even to the R1, I think we'd want to get an overlay district there.
This is the sale history. It looks like
Okay.
2011.
They just bought it a year
A
ago.
little over a year ago.
Okay.
The sheriff sale.
Okay.
Deutsche Bank bought it, and then it came back to
Deutsche.
Deutsche. And then it came back for okay.
This is a picture that shows more of the front of the house part. So it has its own attached garage underneath living area here on the east side. So there's other garage components that are available for the residential function of the.
Oh, that's the house.
Hey, fit your RV in there, man. See, look at that.
There you
Your
go.
sport trailer.
Wow.
04. Now, we don't allow parking like that in the city today, right? What's shown in the picture there?
You mean on that
Can't park in the front yard like that, right?
No.
Okay, all right. Just want to clarify, that's an old picture, right?
Yeah, that was before it was in the city.
But it looks better now from the recent pictures, if those were.
They were working on it.
No, I mean the pictures that we
This
just
picture
saw.
here.
Yeah. That's
Even
08.
that's in 08, but I mean the ones
Trailer
from
in the grass.
today.
Right, yeah. The
Yeah,
applicant.
I'm assuming these are fairly recent photos here.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Thanks, Eric. Applicant, representative of the applicant?
I'd store a lot of cars there, but I wouldn't run a business.
My name is Joe Tessman. I live at 1130 County Line Road. About a year ago, I purchased a property, 1130 County Line, which was advertised as RE/MAX, as an ideal place for an auto repair business. My intent has always been to own my own repair shop, and I am hoping to be able to get a start from at home, to be able to keep my expenses low. Eventually, I would like to purchase an existing garage somewhere else, not on my property. But in the meantime, I would like to be able to get a start from home, keep my expenses down, which would also, until I could get the clientele build up. I come before the board today for an appeal of approval for a special permit to be able to operate a repair business out of the garage in the back of my house until I have enough clientele to go out and know that I'd be able to buy a business and not put myself in such a bind to pay for a mortgage and also pay for a rent on an existing garage somewhere else. I would like to address a couple of the concerns of the staff members. The first is the concern of parking of vehicles in the front yard and on the street. Well, I've lived there for a year now, and I've never parked a car on the street. I have ample parking in the back, which is actually 3,000 square foot paved parking lot in front of that garage. It has its own separate driveway and is nearly surrounded by a 6-foot privacy fence, except for the small portion where it goes across the road. I also have a large driveway in the front of my house that went to the RV garage, which that is paved on half, and the other half in front of the RV garage is gravel. I do not intend to park any cars in front of my house because I will be the only one working out of the back. It doesn't make sense for me to ever take on more work than I could handle out of the back garage, parking cars in the back parking lot away from the community, being able to see behind the privacy fence. The second concern raised is the noise produced. Now, I have done a little work for my family and friends as it is right now, and I have gone and I have talked to all of the people within the 250-foot radius, And on that picture of the approval one, that only red one, which is my direct neighbor, Pete Tabor, I actually talked to him about this before I even went in front of the city, and he said he has had no problem with me doing what I do, you know, if I wanted to work on cars out of the back. And I just want to show you that I'm missing 4 signatures as far as the people within the 24 or 250-foot radius. This is my neighbor who supposedly turned in the red card as denial, but I have talked to him. He was the first person I talked to before any of this went on. Here's the second page. You can see this house here is vacant. No one lives in there, so I don't know how to contact an owner as far as get a signature. On the cul-de-sac behind my house, there are these 2 houses, and then these other 2 houses that I have not been able to contact. I've been back there 5 times. No one has been home. This one house told me they didn't want to sign any sheets. They wanted to fill out a card and send it back. So that's why I don't have those signatures. The garage is extremely well insulated. It is almost soundproof. I have asked the neighbors if any times I've been out there working on the cars, if I have been a bother or a nuisance, and no one said no. Addressing what the staff has said about the previous owner, from what I understand is talking to the neighbors that I have talked to, is he did like a drag car. So he was constantly down in that lower garage, always tuning and revving up his drag car at every hour of the night. I don't have any intentions. I don't race. I don't do any of that. I try to be as courteous to my neighbors and a good neighbor as I can. I don't want to bother or offend anyone. I want to reiterate that I will not erect any sign for what I'm applying for. I think I believe my good reputation will provide me with more than enough business to be successful just by word of mouth. Since I am the only mechanic, I would only plan on working on 2 vehicles per day. I am a hardworking, honest young man who only wants to make a living to provide for my family as much needed service to the community of Des Moines, that being an honest mechanic who does quality work at fair prices. If you should grant me a special permit, I would not do anything to jeopardize the livelihood and the reversal of your decision. I believe that if any of you would come out and see my property, you would understand why I feel like this is, not an ordinary situation where I just want to work out of a garage. It was set up at one point and operated as an auto repair shop. When I bought the house, it was from foreclosure, and so it lost any kind of grandfather from the time I bought it and then. The house was in very poor condition when I've got it, and I've already done all the necessary repairs that the city had required me to do when purchasing the property, because it was technically unlivable when I bought it. So I guess that's all I really have to say, and I guess I do have a couple pictures I wanted to show you, and those were the pictures that I had submitted with my application.
You want to just hand them to Cindy and send them on around?
Okay.
Take a look at that. See if anybody has any questions.
Sure.
I have a couple of questions. First of all, you did a really nice job presenting, so thank you very much. Where do you change the oil? What do you do with the oil?
Well, I don't really change much oil, but what I would do is, you have a drain pan, you catch it, I dump it back in containers. I can take it back to any auto parts store. I can take it to any garage. They dispose of oil properly.
Okay.
They also take the oil filters.
And do you do this, do you have a job that you work during the day
Yes, I work
somewhere?
full-time at the Drake Garage. I've been there for 3 years, and I've just always had a goal of mine to open and own my own repair shop.
Sure.
I bought this place and figured it would be a great way to get a start to kind of help me out in the process of,
Sure.
because it's pretty expensive to,
So do you just work like for family and friends?
As of
things-
now, I do, and I mean, I've done a couple little things for some of my friends' and stuff.
Mhm.
But I would continue to work for a while until I felt like I could do this as my own business to get a start. But as of now, I have a full-time job, and I'm just trying to get all this stuff set up to see if this would be something that I could, get going.
One of the cards indicated that, they didn't want to see a lot of activity and noise at night. Do
Mhm.
you,
Well, I mean, right now I work as a full-time 8 to 4:30 job. Say if I was going to work on a car, I do things inside of my garage with the doors closed.
they're inside and
They're
the doors are
inside.
shut, so?
Yes. The garage, as you can see, it actually holds 6 cars. Half of it is vaulted, and the previous owner had 2 lifts in it. They were taken when I had bought the place, so there's currently not a lift in there right now, but there's definitely room. It's overhead, it's extremely tall ceilings, and it is heated and air conditioned, and I mean, it's extremely well insulated. When you're outside with the door closed, if I'm running an air gun or something, you can't hear anything.
That's what I wanted.
And I talked to my neighbor Pete, which is this guy right here, before I had even gone about doing anything, and at 1140 County Line. He told me that he had some problems with the previous guy because he just wasn't considerate, didn't care, which is, this is my property right here, this is Pete. So he actually shares the property line right next to my garage, and he told me whenever I have ever been out in the garage doing anything, he said he has no complaints, he's never heard me. I try to be as courteous and stuff. I realize it is a residential area, so I'm just trying to be as polite as I can.
Okay.
No?
That's all my questions.
Joe, just a couple questions. Now, if you start doing this on the side, then you'll be charging sales tax and be getting a sales tax permit for your
Yes.
services. Are you going to incorporate or just self-employed? I mean, I realize you might be working at Drake, but...
I didn't really understand the whole process of this when I first applied for it.
Okay.
I started this back in February.
Yeah.
And I actually already had applied at the same time I had gone to the permits and development.
Sure.
So I actually already applied and have a sales tax.
Okay, very good.
ID. So I would be charging tax. I'm trying to go about it in a way where it's as legal, as legitimate as I can possibly
Well,
be.
that shows a lot that you've looked into what it would take to operate a business according to state rules. What about any body work?
I do not do body work. I don't paint.
Good.
I don't have any intentions. That's completely
Because
different.
I fear body work in home-based businesses because somebody's car sits at the edge of the driveway because they'll get to it when they have time.
Yeah,
and the
no,
Chop 49 Merc never gets done, and we got inoperable abandoned vehicles sitting around. Would you be proposing to store any inoperable vehicles outside?
Well, I wouldn't. I guess I would like a variance to store vehicles outside in case, I wouldn't be able to get to them at,
Okay.
right away.
Well,
I don't plan on taking on any more work than one person can do.
Okay.
If I would have to store a vehicle outside, it would be on the 3,000 square foot parking lot, which is in front of the garage. And that is, you can't see it from the driveway. You can see that picture I sent out is the view.
Well, here's where my concern is, and I said the word inoperable vehicle. If you got a car that needs a brake job and you park it outside overnight, I don't care. But if somebody drags in a car that doesn't have a front clip, doesn't have an engine, and that sits outside your shop for weeks at a time till you can, quote, get to it or work it in, I'm concerned about that.
I guess if I have a car that I couldn't move around myself, if it was inoperable, it would have to be towed.
Right.
As you can see, I have 2 large 16-foot garage doors.
Right.
If a car was getting brought to me that was inoperable, I would have a tow truck or however it got to me, put it inside my house because I really,
Exactly.
inside the garage.
Okay.
So I would have no way of moving it around.
Okay, and that's good for what I'm interested in, because if it's inoperable, then they shove it into your more intense surgery bay versus you could have a maintenance
Yes,
bay.
exactly.
Right. You know, I can understand parking a car out overnight so you can do the brake job tomorrow or do the tune-up tomorrow. But again, having vehicles sitting around that don't really work, that's where I get a little more concerned in a home-based environment. Since you might be working for a while at your other employer, and Linda referenced this, what hours do you think would be reasonable for evening work?
Well, I think, I get home at 5 o'clock. If I could have about 3 hours to work, call it quits around 9:30, 10.
How do you feel about weekends?
On the weekends?
Would you be working on a weekend?
Yes, I would. I would take advantage of I don't work weekends. It's a Monday through Friday job. So I would use the weekends as a time to work during the day.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The home occupation provisions do limit it to 9:30.
At night?
He would have to have a variance to go past 9:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks,
We
Eric.
didn't notify for that, so
No,
we would
and
have
it
to.
wasn't really indicated that that was the intention, so.
So we
My,
would just stop.
my intent would be to do this full time. I probably, I wouldn't quit my job tomorrow and just go ahead and start this. I would try to make a transition as soon as I could, basically.
Okay.
So, as soon as I would be able to leave the job I'm at now, I would like to work an 8 to 4 job at my house.
Do you have a lot of your own cars that you give TLC to that would be
I've
sitting
got
around?
a couple cars that I work
Yeah.
on, but none of my cars are inoperable. They all work. And,
I mean,
they're not-
aside from your personal vehicles you drive, your family drives.
Right, yes.
Okay, because a lot of mechanics have their own addictions to other vehicles, and then sometimes
I don't have any,
those get in the way.
I don't have any project cars. I don't
Okay.
have, I don't have any cars I'm restoring where they sit
Okay.
around.
Right. Okay.
I just have, I have a couple cars and they all drive, they all move.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Is there any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion, go to board decision.
Well, this is another area I know well. It's less than a mile from my house. I am not a fan of home occupations where we got lots of activity, and I would probably say that home auto repair is about the worst thing I can imagine. But in this case, in this situation, the way the property's set up and what's being discussed, I would be open to some discussion.
I'm impressed with what a good job.
Yeah, I mean,
He's got a plan, too.
Yeah.
He's got a plan. He's
Yeah.
just trying to do it. He's out
Right.
there in the country. He's not
But
away from people.
I think we'd want to make sure we've got a pretty tight rein on it. And while I believe everything he told me today, again, this is, if you look at the map, I don't care what the city, we annex stuff and we call it A1 when it's 30-year-old developed R1 houses. We ought to snap that zoning into place. There's some nice houses there, including this guy's house. He's got a nice place. I don't like diminishing property values by having a bunch of home occupations and make noise and odor and have cars sitting around, so I don't want to do that. But again, I'd like to find a way we can maybe keep this under enough wraps that we don't have to rehear this, that
And
if he keeps it under 50% of the one building and watches the hours.
Yeah, well, I suppose, if his business plan goes according to what he needs, he'd be out of here in 5 years.
Right.
Again, one of my 5-year plans.
Do your kids do this for college?
Yeah. I think that I'm in favor of granting him a permit for the, and what's he requesting, a variance?
Home occupation, yeah.
And a home occupation special permit. And I'm in favor of granting that. I do think there maybe ought to be a time limitation on it, so he doesn't come here when he's 70 years old and say, if you only give me another 5 years. But I think that probably the way he is speaking about this, he will, and with his experience at Drake Garage, I mean, they're good teachers. You know, they're showing him how it works and how you have to, you know, hire people and how you have to let them go if they don't work out, you know, and how you charge for your time and that kind of thing. I think we ought to give him a permit for limited
I think so,
time.
too.
But I don't think a limited amount of time, I mean, granted, he's got a plan, he wants to get out of there. He works in a garage, he knows the benefits of having a garage, because then you can open it up, do a lot more. I don't think he wants to be in this house doing this 5 years from now, even 10.
I don't want 2 employees down there working on the cars.
Yeah.
Right. Well, don't home-based occupations, aren't they limited to the occupant only anyway?
No, it would allow up to 2.
Okay.
Non-resident.
But you could limit that as a condition. Let's see. I'm looking at.
To go that way.
Yeah, because that's condition B, no more than 2 non-resident individuals. So 3 of them could work, including himself.
Or 3 sons and.
Yeah.
Right. Himself and 2 other workers.
Right.
Or, you know.
Okay.
So the point I was trying to make is you could limit it by not. You could limit that, even though that's a provision that's
sure
allowable.
That's standard under the ordinance. You could, because of the conditions in place, could argue.
I'd be more in favor of doing that, because then that's going to. He'll know it's
If
time.
he grows,
to go.
it's time to go.
Yeah.
Right.
That's right.
If you grow, you
That's
go.
what he wants to do too.
Yep.
Okay, who's starting out with the motion then?
Well, let's see. And I understand where staff was coming from, by the way, because again, I'm not in favor of auto shops and home occupations here. Well, I'd make a motion to grant a special permit for a home occupation for the operation of a automotive repair and the 30 by 60 foot detached garage having the separate drive entrance, subject to the requirements of home occupations as listed in the city ordinance, except barring 10B.
I believe that's correct.
As he would be limited to the only individual that shall be engaged or employed in the business shall be the applicant himself.
I want to just ask the applicant, do you understand where we're going with that?
Yes, I do, and I agree. You know, I don't have any intention of hiring anyone else. I'm looking to get a start until I feel comfortable enough that I can find a place.
So we like to hear. Okay.
And the rules of home occupations already say 10F, there may be no outside operation, storage, or display of materials or products. So your materials would be what you work on and with, so would your products. So no outside storage of jacks, car lifts, engines. So pretty much you got to keep it inside.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Just one clarification. Is there a requirement that he has to limit the structure use to no more than 50% of its area? Is that in here?
That's in here.
Where is that at?
Well,
or is that in a separate area?
If you look at the.
And I don't want to change that, but I just want to make sure the applicant understands that that's a requirement. G?
And if it got beyond that, he could come back and
okay.
request a variance to that provision.
I'd like to see that. It means the business is booming, but I'd rather like to see him branch out.
Yeah, so not more than 1/2 of the area of one floor level of the dwelling or accessory building shall be used for such business.
Now, the other thing is we didn't recommend in favor of this, so if we had recommended in favor, we would also have included ensuring that he complied with building codes.
Right. Okay.
And that doesn't fall into these.
Okay.
Right.
Which he'll have to regardless of what we say.
Right, but
just to let him know that.
I mean, if you add it in as a condition, then we'll put it on the decision in order as well.
All right. I'll amend that to say that he must also comply with all appropriate building codes.
Already, but
yeah.
We want to make sure.
Let's rethink that.
Okay. Okay.
What you're what he is asking for is to conduct automotive repair in that 30 by 60
Right.
detached garage.
Yeah.
He already has another 3 garage spaces up at the house.
Right.
What I'm saying is, if you want him to keep everything off the driveway and stuff like that,
okay,
at least let him drive into the...
Okay.
Let him use the whole...
The whole accessory building? I wouldn't be opposed to that, but do we have to do anything else special here? Would we have to renotice this?
It's the same notice area.
Okay.
I don't know if it would have, I guess, was there anything that would have given the intention that he wanted to use the entire thing?
Well, maybe we can address it a different way. We'll just limit it to the 30 by 60 building. It doesn't have to be just half of it.
Right.
We'll limit it to the 30 by 60 accessory building. The other building attached to the house, he parks his personal cars and personal stuff in.
Can't work there.
Yeah, okay, so then I'll also get rid of 10G.
Yes.
And because we are granting a special permit for use of the 30 by 60 accessory structure, then all of the home occupation conditions except for 10B and 10G would apply. And in lieu of that, only himself may be engaged or employed in that business on the premise. Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
You understand what we're doing here is
Yeah.
we want...
Okay.
We want it to appear that you're not in business.
Which is kind of how home occupations are supposed to work.
So
Yeah.
should we take out the C to have one sign? Because he indicated he doesn't plan to put up a sign.
It's got to be it can only be 1 foot square. And frankly, since he has 2 driveways, I'd almost like to have him have a tiny one so that they aren't pulling into his car driveway or going into the neighbor's yard going, oh, is this the auto repair? And then ticking them off.
He said he didn't even want a sign.
Yeah, if he doesn't want the sign, fine, but if he wants one, he can have a little one.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's a good observation.
And you're okay with the changes, Tom?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they actually have to identify.
Sales tax permit requires the business to be identified. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a 1-by-1 sign.
Okay, moved and seconded.
Good observation.
All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Got a clean slate. Good job.
Okay.
Get your permits and get going.
Okay.
Mr. Etzel, you were last time.
I hope that bodes well for him.
Well, it usually does. But I always want to say, come in earlier in the month and put in your application, and you don't have to wait till the end. But I know you like watching, seeing city government at work, so.
They told me promises and they changed their, they want me to buy this. They're trying to force me to buy the property at 4 times the value.
Well, let's get him up here.
Oh, that's immaterial.
I'll try to be quick.
Okay, yeah.
Just
let me get, it's a special permit. This is item 22, special permit, 1820 East Army Post Road.
Yes, you've seen this recently on another appeal, but at this time it's another request to use this area behind the building for off-street parking. However, waive the paving requirements and other provisions of marking and wheel barriers for the period of 18 months under a special permit. So in staff's view of this, he's proposing a general layout of this. He's showing where the septic tank is. There's a little bit of concern. I don't know if we've mapped out or if we have any good information as to where the lateral fields would be for that to ensure that that remains viable, because what I do know is that there's no readily available access to public sanitary sewer.
Mm-hmm.
So if this thing fails, he won't be able to keep the premises open. So this may be overbuilding as it's shown. Again, we don't see any, I think his purposes are probably financial at this point. We don't see any reason. Our concerns are that, just parking back here may be problematic. We'd like to review that under a site plan, which would be required for the paving. And we also want to ensure that there's 20% open space on the site, which also looks like it would be compromised, and including the buffer yards up against residential to the north. Even though it's zoned commercially and it's vacant, we want to ensure that we have that protection for whatever might develop there Currently, it's used residentially. And so we, under our site plan provisions, we would normally like to see a buffer yard. Again, that's not a hard and fast standard here that you have need of granting a variance to. But we have, as staff, are looking at it. If this is granted, then we have some issues how this is going to meet site plan. And we just aren't seeing how that is going to be accomplished given this layout and proposal at this time. So we're recommending denial of the requested special permit. I guess one thing I would add is if you feel inclined to grant it, I think we would want to look at, you would want to ensure that it met all the other provisions besides the paving, including the landscaping requirements and some assurance that the septic function for the building is protected.
Wasn't this once a parcel containing much more area?
Yeah, I don't know the history other than, I mean, it would look, if you look at the aerial, it certainly looks like it was used in association with, it was a bail bonds business here and an apartment, you know, a rental here, and this area is paved. Certainly the issue with the bank that owns this property is that the patrons of this are probably by human nature parking into that property.
But I would bet
you at one time there was a lease agreement before.
I would bet you that the laterals are located on property to the east.
It's possible.
Could be. Yeah. But
it's possible. I think we want to make sure that those are protected. So there's some concern about that. I don't want to say that that's a definitive problem that exists. We don't know if it exists or not without more information. So, like I said, if you're inclined to grant it, we want that ability to
I think
take that into
got some time constraints too, so that's probably what we're going to listen to.
Site plan reviews would be administrative for this. So, but there would, you know, and we're in spring now, so planting of landscaping and so forth isn't going to be a problem. What we see in sometimes when you waive the paving requirements, they don't put in any of the other provisions either until that period is ended.
There a consent map on that?
Yeah, there was no
nothing.
No cards received.
Any other questions for staff?
So I'm guessing that last time the bank objected, and that they
yeah, because they were here.
They might not be wanting to jeopardize their negotiations. So.
Okay. Any other questions? Thanks, Eric.
Well,
welcome back.
Sorry I had to come back, but when we left the other day, I stood outside with.
I know who you are, but the guys upstairs know. Yeah, just.
I'm sorry. When I left the other day, I
need
stood.
Your name and address.
Robert Etzel, 2709 Scenic Place.
Thank you.
When I left the other day, I stood outside there with a guy from the bank, and he comes up to me and he says, "Bob, we ought to work something out on this." I agree. He says, "Obviously, you guys want this to be one piece." I said, "I agree." He said, "Let me talk to Bob, who's the president of the bank, who makes the decisions, who physically owns the property, and maybe we can come into a lease agreement." So I said, "That's fine. I'll call you." I think it was like a Wednesday. I said, "I'll call you on Friday morning." I called him on Friday. The guy wasn't there. He said, "Why don't we get together on Monday?" So I waited on Monday and no call, and I get a hold of him on Tuesday, and he says, "Well, I forgot to talk to Bob about it. Why don't you call me tomorrow at 8 o'clock? So I called him the next day at 8 o'clock in the morning, and he couldn't get Bob on the telephone. So then Bob called me back approximately at 1 o'clock, and he said to me, he says, "Okay," he says, here's what I'm worried about. He says, "What if I sell this property?" And I said to him, I said, "Well, to be honest with you, sewer is going to come out in this area within the next 3 to 5 years. It's already up to the cab company. I've talked to the guys at engineering. I said, I don't think they're going to let you put a septic tank in there anyway. And why would somebody put a septic tank in there? Next thing that happens, the city comes out with sewer, and we have to physically hook to the sewer by law. We have no choice." I said, for somebody to put a septic tank in there at $100,000, and then knowing 2 years later he's going to have to hook to the city, it wouldn't be feasible. So he says, well, let me give it a little thought. So then he calls me the next day and he says, well, he says, I'd lease you the property for $1,000 a month, but I need 120 days disconnect. So in other words, if I sell it, I'll give you 120 days to come up with the money. If you don't come up with the money, then I want to stop the lease. And I said, well, I'm not sure that the city will allow me to do that. I think that what the city wants to do is have a lease from the time of the start of the liquor license till the time of the finish. And then he says, well, didn't your agreement with the city say that as soon as you got more parking, you could utilize more of the building? I said, yeah, I believe that's true. He says, then wouldn't it be that they could take it away also? And I said, well, I don't know, and I never got a chance to go down and talk to him about that. So anyway, I thought we were coming up with a lease agreement on this, and I just called the guy today. I just can't get him to call me. He wants me to buy it. So he called me back and said, I'll lease it to you for $1,000 a month, but I want $259,000 to buy this 2 acres. And I said, well, I didn't want to get him mad. I didn't want to argue with him. So I said, well, let's do that. See, for me and him, kind of in this aspect, I can't go to a bank and borrow the money until I can prove to a bank that I can pay for the property. And that's what I keep telling him. Why don't you give me the opportunity to go in there, lease the property, prove that I can make the thing work, then go to the bank and borrow the money. You know, to me, that makes common sense. Get the business going, then buy the property. You know, but that's not what this bank wants to do. They want me just to come up with the money and get them out. So what I think they're actually doing, I think they're stalling me and stalling me and stalling me. So I need to go forward with this action so I have some leverage to say, look, guys, you know, now's the time to do it or not do it. I can go in the back. I had these laterals checked. This was parking back in the day. I physically have parked back there. There's already 6 inches of gravel back there. Bands have parked back there. I've had bands pull their buses up there. It's always been used as parking. It's gravel. The laterals are in the back. The property is at a slant. And as you all know, you can't make that stuff go uphill. It has to go downhill. The natural flow of the ground is to the rear, to the creeks that are in the back. Secondly, there's nobody going to build back there because that's where all my laterals are at. You know, no one's going to build a house back in a manure pond. I mean, that's just the truth. So if I could do this, then I'm pretty sure that the bank will lease me the property. If I don't do it, I've contacted the county or the county assessor, and I said, look, I'm only going to be able to use half this building. Why should I pay taxes on the full building? I got to heat the full building. You know, the bathrooms are in the rear, the bathrooms are in the front. You can't let it freeze in the winter. I mean, it's just so, it's either tear the building down or open the total building. I mean, I'm just in a rock and a hard spot. I can't buy the ground. I can't do anything except for open it and make it work. If I can't make it work, then I would just file bankruptcy. I don't have any choice. This is a $60,000 a year expense to me.
I hear you.
You know, I'm just, you know, I'm in a rock. I had a lease. I thought everything was, you know, and some federal judge says, well, sorry, I don't care. You know, sell your property, you know. And you can't sell it if you can't use it.
Well, I remember when you came the last time, we wanted you to at least get half of the place started up, and I was hoping you'd be back here requesting this. So.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Any questions?
Was this about 2 months ago?
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. No, I had to leave early that 2 months ago. Now, Bob owns this property now or not?
Yes.
Okay. So Bob owns the lot here, the subject property, but he'd like to buy the lot to the east to really expand. Is that what this discussion's about?
He needs that for
Since you
parking.
weren't here, what happened is that...
But Bob owns this.
Yeah, I own the building. I physically own the building.
Okay.
And I leased the parking, and I leased the parking from Jamie Ellis.
Okay. And you haven't operated anything in this building yet?
Yes, I operated this for 8 months, but I also had Casey Barbecue.
Yes.
And I had a chance to open another Casey Barbecue on Douglas. I sold it to a lady and she didn't make it.
Right.
So I went in there and I started that one again. Then I got the one at 5405 Douglas going. And then I had a chance to open La Pizza House. La Pizza House was closed. It's a 60-year-old landmark. It was my first restaurant.
Right.
My mom worked there for 20 years. I knew everybody. They're all 70, 80-year-old people.
Yeah.
And exactly what happened when the guy bought that out from under me, he fired all the older people. They're all going to come back and work for me here. And
I just know there's been a litany with this property for almost 20 years now of, I hear about plans and then nothing happens. So I was just curious what I'd missed from last month. So.
I have $590,000 in this building. I mean, it's beautiful inside. It's separated down this.
Well, from the outside, it don't look much different, does it?
Well, it's not necessarily the reason for that. The reason for the, that can all be fixed.
Right.
That's not a problem repairing the outside.
All right. That's fine. I was just curious for clarification of what I had missed before.
It's a tin building. There isn't a lot you can do with it,
Right.
Any other questions for Bob? Thank you. Nobody else here is speaking support or opposition, so any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion, go to board decision. Well, I'll make the motion because I think, I like the idea. I like what he's got planned there. He came back because with the amount of parking that he's got now, he could only open up half. I thought, this is terrible, but at least it got it going.
Okay.
If we give him and all he's asking for is 18 months to park behind there, and then he can open up the whole building, make some money. And like he says, if he can show that this is a viable business, then the bank's going to say, okay, if you want to buy the place next door, here, we'll loan you the money. And then the idea, I think, as I look it over, is designed to make that area a lot better, put some businesses in there that's going to put some tax revenue in, and be just what we want to do. And, I don't think we should be in a position of forcing somebody's hand. Now the bank's going to have to drop their price and give it. But I think what Bob has put forth here makes a lot of sense. He's taken a tough business there, and it looks like we can put something vibrant in there. So I'm going to make a motion that we grant him the special permit for the construction of an off-street parking area in the north, which would be the rear of the building, that is deficient of required paving, marking, curbing, or wheel barriers for a period of up to 18 months.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Mel, I'd hate to take your thunder, but I know you weren't here for the original one. So.
No, I think the way I'll go will indicate here in a moment, but I'm just getting tired of parking problems at this location. People used to park out on the highway. I used to go there when it was Toad Holler. The site it may look great inside, but I want to eventually get this to where people can park decently within what the city ordinance requires.
Well, I think we got to start here.
So if this helps get us there.
That's good. Sue Ann, you wanted to add something.
I would only ask that he have some engineer's report or something to prove that he's not going to damage laterals during the 18 months before it's improved. I really am worried. We've been told over and over that you can't park back there due to laterals.
All right.
I'm really concerned that.
He agreed.
I'm sorry, I already had that tested by Mr. World.
Well, not just tested, but where they're at, being located, right? Not just that it perks, but have an engineer draw them out so that we know.
Is the key adequate? Is Smith Sewer inadequate?
Sure. I think I use it.
Did they get mapped,
I don't know.
What he did is he ran a thing down, he ran a metal detector, and he chased the lateral out of the tank, is what he did.
Did he document it though somehow?
I'll get it.
Okay.
I paid him.
Because the bigger question is when they go to pave it is actually a bigger concern because then it doesn't percolate.
Right.
And so we want to make sure where we are.
Right. You need surface water coming in there.
Yeah, where the laterals are located, we need to make say can function properly.
Well, he agreed he'd do it, so.
Doesn't the county still have to inspect it? I mean, the county has to inspect all the septics, and I mean, my fear would be that the laterals
it's an
would
existing
fail.
system, but I don't know if there's an inspection.
If the laterals
I think
fail,
at a time of sale, there's a requirement.
Yeah,
but I don't think there's anything else periodic.
But what if we allow it and then the laterals fail and then you're discharging out into, and you're damaging the land?
Yeah, that's the problem we're concerned about, but there's no sanitary sewer readily available, so he would have to design a new system.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be very costly too, so.
Mm-hmm. I already said about
It would actually be more costly to bring the sewer close enough to hook onto though, so. So I think it's far enough away, we would allow a new system to be built on an acre. Again, it would have to meet a design approved by an engineer. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And while Eric's there, you had no comments from the Easter Lake Neighborhood Association?
You know, I didn't have any contact from them.
Okay. All right.
And Linda, I know you got to go, so
Yeah.
I don't want to push this any.
No,
Oh, okay.
got a motion and a second.
Yeah. Is there any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
I trust you.
Thank you, Mel. Motion carries 5-0. Folks, that was great. Bob, get her working.
Thank you. I want to make sure one thing. I'll locate these recycled asphalt.
Take the last month's minutes.
I move to approve them.
I'll second.
All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. One last piece of business. As every April, we elect officers again, so just keep it in mind. Is there anything else? Bert?
I think that chair and vice chair are looking presidential there.
Yeah, we'll make sure to wear the same clothes.
How many officers are there? Just you?
two. Yeah.
Chair and vice chair.
Oh, well, you guys can do it again.
Always fun.
I second Cindy's motion.
Okay.
Thank you.